Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, and we made it, guys. It is finally the Gallente presidential election. It is only a year late. It is, March 19th, YC128, and this is the Eve Universe Show. Welcome, guys. How's it going? Oh, my God. All right, so the election is here, and there's a lot to pay attention to. So today my goal is to give you guys everything you need in order to understand and be successful in this election and make good choices, because we are the major voting power within the universe at the moment, which may seem a bit suspicious, but ironically enough, there is actually some precedent for this. So it's not completely absurd that the Capsuleers are having kind of a voting influence on the election. At first I was very much like, oh my God, this is a bad thing for democracy. And I kind of still do, but it was pointed out to me that like the very first Gallente election after the players, after the game was released, also allowed players to kind of vote through influence in one way or another. So this isn't unprecedented. They've kind of done a good job with making it happen. Either way, doesn't matter. We're here now. So we're going to go over everything that you need to know. So here's how today's going to work. I want to, at the very, I just realized I want to switch it up to the other way around. We're going to discuss the mechanics of faction warfare, mechanics of the event, the rewards and all that sort of stuff. And then I'm going to go over all three profiles for the three candidates to help you guys decide who you want to give your back, who you want to back in this whole election thing. Spoiler alert, if you are just looking for Ash's advice, we are supporting Alex Morio. So if that's all you need, there you go. Otherwise, we will jump into the this whole thing now. The Gallente election is underway. So it started already. We had by the way, there's a lot to cover today. I do want to do a lot of experimentation and stuff on the stream today. I have no idea how long the stream is going to be. But, yesterday we had the Catalyst major expansion, or major update rather. And there's a whole lot of stuff in there. Some of it's good, some of it's bad. I have opinions. But Moro? Yeah, probably. I have opinions about the patch that came out yesterday, but while we may discuss some of it in light of what's going on, I'm going to save my full analysis of yesterday's patch until tomorrow, so that way we can focus on the election today. Because I kind of just want to talk about the election and not carriers. So that's fine. It is what happened. We'll talk about that tomorrow, the Catalyst major update. But today, the election is underway. Capsuleers, the machinery of democracy is in motion, and the Gallente Federation chooses its new president. Now is your chance to shape the future of the Federation and earn handsomely while doing so. Until the 16th of April, you can take on challenges to support your candidate, be rewarded for accomplishments, and influence the outcome of the election. The points you earn for completing seasonal challenges directly influence the election's results. Now, before we jump any deeper into this, I'm trying to front load some of the information that's going to be important to people, just in case people are jumping into this, after the fact. If so, hi, welcome. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe before you leave. But one of the things that's worth noting in this is that unlike other previous tracks for reward, there is a login track for this event. I'm going to skip to this real quick, although we will probably show it off again later. I just want to get this in everybody's mind as early as possible. So here is the reward track for logging in, and we'll go over all of the details for this thing when we get to it. But the one thing I do want to point out, so it's 28 days. You've got 28 days, 28 days worth of rewards. So in order to get all the rewards, you have to log in every single day. And this has been a normal thing. For a while, the login rewards was only like, say, 2/3 of the login days. And then they upgraded it so that way it goes for the entire length of the event, but like the big reward is still at that like 2/3 point, and everything after that is usually just extra boosters or extra Skinner stuff. And that's kind of what they did this time, but they did change it just a little bit, and it's very important, which is that so the main of the days, there's 28 days. Day 22 is the big day for the rewards, because you can. Oh, does this not? Hold on. Can I get rid of this extra doodad here? No, I just can't see the bottom of the thing. Thanks, Reddit. Hold on. Can I do this? Will this work? No. No. Excellent. All right. Well, it's going to be hard for you guys to see. Nope. Reddit sucks. So at day 22 is 250,000 skill points. Actually, hold on. Screw this. Already having issues. Great. We're just going to pull it up in game. If I go into the daily login rewards here, we can see there's 28 days remaining, and there's 28 days worth of rewards. Day 22 is 250,000 skill points plus 75,000 skill points. Normally, after this, everything would just be, you know, fluff. And we see some of that here. We see election boosters. We see some extra boosters, some Skinner stuff, whatever. Nobody cares about that stuff. So it's okay for it to put it at the end of the track. But look at this on day 27. So if you only miss one day, you get an extra 10,000 skill points as an alpha. And if you make it every single day until the very end, there's an extra cerebral accelerator here. So there is actually skill points in the last 2 days of the event. So that's something to keep in mind. If you're going to get everything from this event, including all the skill points available for this event, you actually do need to make sure you log in, at least log in every single day during this event. That's pretty rough. It's pretty rough, but the majority of the prizes come in. You're only missing out on like one accelerator booster crate and 10,000 skill points if you only make it in 22 days out of it, out of the full 28. Okay, great. So with that special caveat in place as like the thing that I need people to know about before anything else, let's jump back into what CCP has to say about it and watch the video. Boop. Oh, I hope I don't get copyright struck for this now. Now that I thought about it. Shit. No! No! Don't copyright strike me. I hope not. We'll see. If after the fact there's no sound there, it's because CCP likes to use copyrighted music and then I get struck for showing their own stuff. Like, comment, consider becoming a supporter. Any rate, whatever. I'm going to turn off the audio for the desktop real quick because I just realized that basically was irrelevant. I just might have screwed myself, but we'll see. Any rate, so the thing that I did note out of all of this that I thought was pretty cool was, so they have these new ship skins. We haven't, I don't think we've looked at these yet. We're going to look at them in a little bit because they got put in with the patch notes. But it does have like the Gallente logo here. The one thing that is really cool I want to show off is that you can see in the Myrmidon Navy issue that's about to be shown, it's getting into warp and it actually pulls in the banner as it enters warp. So you can see right there. So if we, hold on, we scroll back, you can see the Duval Laboratories banner is down. And as it enters warp, you can see the banner being pulled in. We also have been told that there are, hey, thank you for that 5 gifted memberships. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you for that support. So, you know, these skins are kind of exciting, but unfortunately, they're all part of like premium packages. So this isn't, oddly enough, there isn't any of these skins none of these skins are actually part of the actual like event track or anything like that. All of this, all the skins that we'll be looking at today are either part of the current packages, like Plex packages or whatever, or what I believe to be a future thing. I think that one of the skins that they added into the game gives us a clue as to what might be one of the twists in the election. Stay tuned to find out what the hell that might mean. But all right, so the election has begun. There are multiple things to be able to do. There's only one new combat site, although it like scales in a lot of different ways. We're going to talk about that. There is hacking sites that are available. There are no new combat sites in HiSec, so it's not like something you can just go and grind all of your all of the combat sites in HiSec in order to complete the track. But the track does include a lot of other basic tasks that can be done in Gallente space: mission running, mining, and home fronts, for example, as well as faction warfare. Yes, I do really, really appreciate gifted subs. It's one of the coolest things that people can do to support the channel. All right. So also, Gallente ships gain a system-wide buff across Gallente space throughout this event. This plus the faction warfare piece of this really, really makes me curious, because being able to do, like, the Gallente have, let's be honest, have had a bit of a time of it in Gallente faction warfare for the last, call it, since Uprising. And so the fact that players are being rewarded to join and help the Gallente specifically is very interesting. And this Gallente ships buff is actually also control in like Gallente, or in, I assume, parts of faction warfare space, because like the systems that are actually owned by the Gallente. We're going to have to test to see whether or not that means systems currently owned by the Gallente or systems that are owned by the Gallente, because those are actually two different things in the way that faction warfare works. We'll probably jump into that or talk about that more when we get there. One of the things I do want to cover today is how to get involved with faction warfare in order to do this event. All right. Okay, so we have 3 different candidates, and we're going to cover all 3 candidates in their New Eden news and stuff when we get there. But the high level is Soriata Rodin of the Progressive Party champions stronger corporation freedoms, privatized robotics development, and a more assertive military posture. She is absolutely the Warhawk of the group. We will look into it. Like, if you think that the identity of Gallente is being a military force against the Caldari, she's the person. Lucas Tenzin, an independent candidate advocating for federal unity, human advancement, diplomacy, and stronger support for disadvantaged citizens. He is effectively the humanist of the 3. He's also kind of the one that's a different voice in Gallente politics than we've had so far. It is available in LowSec. We checked it in Old Man Star. And then Alex Morio, which is the correct answer for who to support in the election, definitely not biased, of the Autonomous Party. She promotes radical democratic reform, greater local autonomy, and unrestricted scientific exploration. A vote for Alex is a vote for chaos, and a vote for Capsuleers. So, as you take on exciting challenges during the presidential campaign period, you can also choose which of these candidates gets awarded your support at the end of the event. The candidate who earns the most Capsuleer support wins. So basically, much like the race for the hives and whatnot, basically you just choose which one you do, and then as you gain points for the track, that also gains points for that person. Now, this is complicated in like the track and the rewards and the new currencies that were put in for the extra doodads and stuff, but we're going to break all that down when we get there. Your support matters. Take on a variety of challenges for rewards and support for your preferred presidential candidate. These activities include a suite of range activities suit a range of playstyles across HiSec, LowSec, NullSec, and Wormhole space, including some new and exciting sites. Hunt down new rampant drone fabricator sites. So they talked about this a little bit during the major update video that that came out yesterday, which I was too busy to be able to actually stream yesterday, so unfortunately we didn't get a chance to dig into that. Again, we're going to dig more into the major update tomorrow, but these new rampant drone fabricator sites are designed to be like very scalable. So there's really only one site that I've been able to find, like in Hobo Leaks, but depending on where it is, what you bring, and how long you stay in it, it changes in difficulty and reward. So we're going to talk about that when we get there. Destroy more waves to increase your earnings and complete the site by destroying the central structure. You can find these sites in LowSec, Wormhole Space, and Pochfin. Test your metal and rogue drone exploration sites, which lots of changes to Pochfin yesterday. So we will probably talk a little bit about how these things interact with each other today as we cover these things. Test your metal and rogue drone exploration sites, where you must hack databases and vaults to unlock hidden riches. This is the only new site or event site that is in HiSec, right? These combat sites are actually only, as it says, can only be found in low-sec wormhole space in Pochfin. So the new hacking sites is discoverable anywhere, right? But you, like I said, you can do normal things: mining, faction warfare, missions, and home fronts to complete the track as well. So completing the event challenges give you Plex, skill points, and new hybrid drones, a unique campaign bus, and new and powerful officer modules, and more. Log in daily for gifts up to 640,000 skill points, skins, boosters, evermarks, and more. Is there skins in the daily track? There's a Skinner crate, election booster, Skinner crate, apparel, election booster, Skinner crate. Yeah, I think they're wrong. I think that I haven't found any actual skin. There is a Skinner box that you can get, or a skin box rather, that gives you a random skin, but that's not in the login rewards or in the event track. So this is technically incorrect. It's Skinner pieces, not skins, but either way, whatever. Omega pilots earn gifts on both Alpha and Omega tracks. Upgrading to Omega at any point during the event will get you all of the past rewards as well. This is actually an interestingly good point. I am going to jump a little bit ahead and say that there is also a set of there's 2 packs that are available right now. So this Federation Initiate pack does come with the new Tristan Pride of the Federation skin, 15 days of Omega, 100,000 skill points, 2 Enforcer expert systems, and a Cerebral booster. So half a month of Omega would normally be $10 just by itself. It's $15. So you're basically spending $5, effectively $5 for the skin, 100,000 skill points, and the booster. Which you may or may not want to do. And then, of course, the $80 one is 1,000 plex, so that would be $50 by itself, plus 648,000 skill points, some and other Skinner components, and all of the rest of these skins, which is the only way to get these skins, as far as I know. So these are probably going to be valuable. We're going to look at those more later, and as well as the combat suits. But the reason why I'm wanting to bring this up right now is because this thing has a 15 days of Omega. Likewise, if you go into the NES in-game, do we see services? There's sales going on for Omega, including the other cool skins and stuff, but I don't see... Oh, and there's the free skill points if you haven't gotten it. Okay, I was just double checking because I don't think... Hold on. The level 1 mastery pack comes with 15 days of Omega. Okay, the reason why this is important is because, remember, when you go Omega, you can get all of the previous track rewards as an alpha, right? So if you get a 1 month of Omega, by all means, you get them all. But if you're going to get one of those 2 packs that gives 15 days of Omega, it is worth considering waiting a couple of days, so that way your 15 days last at least until day 22, because then you can you get all of the Omega rewards. Like if you went 15 days of Omega today, and then let it expire at the end, you actually would miss out on the big reward for Omega. So just in case, for those people that are trying to min-max their Omega purchases, normally we have like we were talking about like the 7 days free Omega or whatever it is, but like in this case, just it's worth noting, just remember, like be careful when you go Omega if you're not going to maintain it the entire time. All right, let's keep going. Special offers. This is what we just talked about, which has special warp and kill visual effects and more. So that's going to be cool. We do have a thing to test out when it comes to a kill effect on the Marshal, but that's not for the Project Discovery skin. We may or may not get around to that today. But then also they want to remind you that there is a 10% off Plex right now, which gives you the Zydrene Burn skins. So the newer Zydrene Burn skins that they just recently put in are now available as part of Plex packs. Are these things good? Well, as we've talked about before, when it comes to these particular kinds of Plex packs, it's just 10% off of Plex plus the skins. So is it worth it? Well, it's 10% off the Plex. So, you know, you get that, and then the skins are kind of a bonus on top of that. And of course it scales up. So like if you buy the basic, hold on, the low tier one, the $25, no, I guess $25 doesn't even do anything, right? So yeah, if you start with the $40 one, you get the Cheetah. The $60 one, the 1500 Plex, you get the 2, you get the Heretic. At 3000, you get the Rook as well. At 4 or 6,000, which is $216, you get the Astarte, so that's going to be an expensive one. At $378, 12,000 Plex, you get the Widow, which just recently became good, actually. And at 20,000 Plex, $585 to get the Hubris, which is a very niche ship to begin with. So that's a hell of a skin to decide to go after. All right. So there's that part of it. And anything else? We saw there's the Omega offers in the store, in the New Eden store. So if you buy Omega in the store, you can get it for 15% off, which does mean that you can get the Plex for 10% off, and then the Omega for 15% off, and then it might actually be almost worth it. But you also get the Viator and Lachesis skins, which these are like I said, this is the one that has the banners, and when they warp, they pull in. Technically speaking, they've got kill right stuff. Also, if you buy something from the Eve merch store, which everyone forgets exists, but does technically, you can pick up the Epithal, which is the PI hauler version of the skin. And finally, the Enyo skin can be gotten by watching Twitch this week. And this is currently live. Thank you. Loving the streams today. Make sure to like the stream. How do you get the Viator one? The Viator one is for if you buy the like Omega on the Nest store. So if we hop back into the game, we can see in the Nest store, I can pick up, for 1,000 AD Plex, I get 3 months of Omega and the Viator skin. That's how to get it. Now, obviously, it's worth noting that these are just how these things get put into the game. So because of that, you know, all of these things should be available in the market. And so like how available they are will make it worthwhile. There's going to definitely be people that just buy the 3 months of Omega because it's, you know, discounted, and just sell the skin because they don't care. So that'll be a thing to keep an eye on. Now, there is actually, so that means that all of the skins that were introduced to the game in the last couple of days are all premium part of Plex packs and such. Now, let's jump a little bit into spoilery territories. Maybe. Nah, we'll save it for later. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Hold on. Here we go. Just to show off the different skins, we have the Thanatos. Now, each of these skins, the premium ones, are like they have different banners depending on the manufacturer of the ship. So like this is a Creodrone ship. You can see the Creodrone banner as well as the Gallente banner on them. The overall skin has kind of a gold that turns green when looked at it from the correct direction, as well as, you know, white and the banners. The Enyo, so this is the one that you get for free from Twitch, and it has the Rodin Shipyards logo on the side. It's pretty slick. The Viator, which is the one that you get for buying 3 months of Omega on the store or in the NES, is right here. The Lachesis, which is, I think, the other one that you get from the store. The Lachesis recently got a glow up, so it looks muscular and badass, and can be gotten for, I think that's the 1 month Omega one, right? Oh, it's 6 months of Omega. 6 months of Omega. Get on it, I guess. What happened to Talking Station? I don't know. From my understanding, they still do stuff. The Epithal one is the one for buying stuff from the merch store, like their real-life merch store, like t-shirts and stuff. The Oneros is just one of the packs, one of the ones from the second pack. The Myrmidon Navy, also from the bigger pack, the $80 pack. Got the Duval Laboratories logo on the side, which is kind of interesting. It's weird. Is that like right? Because you would expect the Myrmidon to be Creodrone. But no, it says Duval Laboratories developed a new method of transmitting energy to remote stasis webification drones. So I guess Duval Laboratories takes credit for the web drones thing. That's pretty funny. I don't know if I'd take credit for that. Megathron Navy issue. So what's interesting about this is that we can see here that there is no crest here, right? Where it was in the video. So I don't know if that means that that crest is going to only appear like when you really have it instead of in the visualizer like this, which also means that there could be Gallente crests on all of those other ships, and we just don't know. Let me go see real quick if there's any clue to that. Yes, there is. Because we can see here in this picture, there's that Gallente crest that is not in the visual, like, or in the viewer. So I don't see one on that one. Do we see it in the store? I can't see one on the Tristan. No, because I don't even see it on the Megathron one here. So it's like completely unknown whether or not that logo appears or why, or if it's part of like the kill right thing or whatever. All I know is that they are in this picture and in the video that they show, but it's not visible in game. The banners only come out during warp. Wait, what? No, the banners pull in during warp. We can see, my point is, in this video, we can see here, the Megathron has it while it's sitting in the station. And then the Myrmidon one, you can see the banner pull in as it's entering into warp. So the banners are out when it's out of warp, in when they're in warp. But I also, if you notice, do not see the flag on this one. So where that crest is on it is completely kind of unknown at the moment. I thought maybe it was like a lightning effect, some skins that you only see during warp. Well, yeah, that can be true potentially, but also, like, you know, they've said that these has kill rights, like when you get a kill, it does a thing. I don't have any of these yet to test, so we're just gonna have to see what we can do when we get there. Either way, so those are the premium ones. Hold on, there's one more. Oh, there's two more. There's the Eris Pride. And this one is, of course, Rodin. And the Tristan Pride, which is, of course, Creodron. That one is Creodron. So those are the ones that you get for premium stuff right now. Now, one of the things that they do talk about, is there anything else? I don't think there's anything else in this particular broadcast. Yeah, okay, great. So that's all that's in this news article. We're going to talk a little bit about the patch notes. There is also these suits, which I expect these suits to be very popular, because the suit that I have is very popular, and these look, you know, it's basically a recolor, but it's also way prettier. So, or like it has a nice, like, not prettier. Prettier is the wrong word. If you like red, then it's red. If it, then the Trig one is obviously like really good. And there have been other versions of this suit before, but this is probably one of the more readily available ones for people. Because even though it comes from the $80 pack, they're going to be on the market. So I expect these things to be pretty valuable even after the event, possibly even more than the skins itself that comes from the pack. So that's all of that stuff. Now let's talk a little bit about the track itself and the event and what you're doing. Now you do have to pick one of the candidates, and we're going to cover all three of the candidates in depth in just a few minutes, but in the meantime, you do have to you pick one of the candidates to choose from, and then you're given a series of tasks in your agency / overview, or you know, in this top left area. By the way, this is so crazy that there's tie-dye in Dodixie. That's pretty fun. I find that fun. So this is what you see after you select which one of them you want to support. You do have to pick one before you get access to the track. Make sure you pick Alex Morio. I'm mostly kidding. I don't know. But there is actually a poll up right now in chat that allows you in the YouTubes to pick who you want to support. If this stream crashes at some point, that will completely be lost. So you're screaming into the void by voting in it, but you know, it could be fun. Right now, apparently Lucas is winning, but it's neck and neck actually, Lucas and Alex. Hopefully I'll convince you that Lucas is not the person to support. Oh yeah, no, a vote for Alex is a vote for chaos. That's why I support her, for sure. Any rate, okay, so we have these different tasks, right? And we have this track. So there's a login reward, and then there's the track. And we can see more information in Hobo Leaks about the track rewards, so I'll be able to tell you about it. So each one of these has kind of two phases. There's the first phase with these staged rewards, right? Well, not each of these, because the campaign trail is a little different, but so like this it says 1 of 5. All of these say 1 of 5. So by default, they escalate each time, right? Actually, let me just, if we pull up Hobo Leaks, ready to get flashbang, guys? Pow! All right. We can see if we go down to the strings, all of these kind of have escalating tasks. So, for instance, the security mission one, right? So doing missions in Gallente space, the first one is 3 Gallente missions, and then 4 Gallente missions, and then 5 Gallente missions, and then 6 Gallente missions, and then and then 7 Gallente missions, and then after you've done all of those stages, it basically reverts to this repeatable one, and the repeatable one is 3 Gallente missions. So as you go through it, where can we check who's winning? We do not know where or if we're going to get updates throughout the month. We probably will, but I haven't seen anything about that yet. So all of these ones with 1 through 5 are kind of the same way, where the first time you do it, there's kind of this staged rewards, and then after that, there's a basic repeatable one that you can do. One of the things I really do like about these tasks is in the site, right? The drone fabricator, which is the new combat site, we have kill 40 rogue drones. All of the sites, it's not about site completion. It's about killing a bunch of random rogue drones, which means you can theoretically do these sites in a fleet and not have to worry about the fact that like people are stepping on each other's track rewards, because everybody's killing rats. Everybody gets progress done in the sites. But there's actually some interesting ways that I think you might be able to get these track rewards as a group pretty easily. It's something that we might want to test. But so, okay, let's talk about the different tasks themselves. The mining task, yeah, how is there 63 votes and only 19 likes? You hurt my feelings. Yes, right, Malak. Kills tend to go to top damage, but instead of it being like the person who kills the boss being the choke point, it's all of the rats in the site. So as long as people are in the site fighting alongside each other, everyone should get at least some progress in their track based on how many rats that they happen to be the one that gets the top damage on, as opposed to being like a stopping point where it's like, and now whoever gets the most damage on the final battleship, so only one person gets to progress in each iteration of the site. That's what I meant is like fixed by this system. Just doing Explo and I'm already done with the track. Oh my God. Wait. That's crazy. Well, okay. There'll be a new Eden news at some point. We'll include something pulling to give us indications. I imagine that CCP is going to post stuff on the forums. I like the stream, and it said I was number 17. Hell yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know about track update or like progress updates, but okay, we're going to go over the tasks. First of all, there's the new site. There's the Rampant Drone Fabricator. This is only in low-sec wormholes in Pochven. These can be run with anything, battleships and below. There are two tiers of this difficulty in the fact that if you bring in a battleship, it basically functions. You can think of it like a capital escalation in wormhole space. If a site in wormhole space, if you bring in the cap, it escalates it. Actually, that's not even true anymore. Okay, well, that's a bad reference. So, like, if you bring a battleship into the site and get it within proximity of the beacon, it causes the site to go to its harder stage, right? So you can do it with other ships and stuff. From what I saw early on, the Coercer in a Wolf Riot was not able to tank the site after 3 waves. I don't know about the VNI that he reported, but they also seem to be pretty aggro, drone aggro. So we're going to possibly be testing out some of these sites and getting more information about it. But the point of the matter is that this site, basically, if you bring battleships, the site gets harder. And the longer you stay, basically there's going to be a wave. You fight things. Then in between the waves, you kind of get an opportunity to get out, blow up the cache and get your stuff out. But you can also stay behind and get more and more and more rewards. Now, what's interesting about this is, so like I said, the longer you stay, the more rogue drones there are to kill. So the faster you complete this particular task within the track has nothing to do with completing the site. So it doesn't matter if you complete it early versus late. You can't like min-max it by choosing the lower tier of reward. The longer you stay, the more rats you fight, the more rats you kill, the more progress you make. Cool. The other new thing that's in this site, in this event, is the exploration site, which has a low sec or a high sec and a everything else version of it. Hold on, let's go pull up the patch notes. If we look up so we got the rogue drone fabricator. Players must defeat waves of increasing rogue drones. Each wave adds additional loot. After each wave, player can choose to destroy the fabricator or claim the current rewards. Current rewards can be checked at any time using a cargo scanner. Beware, if you're unable to complete the wave, you will lose everything that you've earned so far. So this goes into the question of whether or not you can like pop the thing midway through a fight. Like if the next wave comes in and it's too scary. No. Once the wave has started, which according to some people, it might be difficult to kill the fabricator in time. But, once the next wave starts, you're locked out of being able to get your reward until that wave is complete. That said, I went into HoboLeaks and we can see that all these attributes, no, not these. We can see that these rats have behaviors. This guy has ECM, this guy has webs, this guy has newts. I do not see in any of these rats that were added in today a point. So it looks like you can abandon you can abandon the site and leave the loot behind if the wave is too squirrely. There's nothing that holds you into the site, but you're going to abandon the loot. All right. And then if the standard variants prove too easy, if you bring a battleship, the dangers are increased, but so are the rewards. And the site rewards also scale based on where the site is located. So the first tier of rewards are in C1 to C3 wormhole systems. So it's if it's in a low-class wormhole system, you get the lowest tier of reward. The medium tier of reward is in C4 wormhole systems, Pochvin, and low-sec systems. And then the highest tier is in C5 and C6 and wormhole systems. So if you notice, they're not in high sec, and they're also not in null sec. They're not in null sec. They're only in wormholes, Pochvin, and low sec. And based on how deep it is in the wormhole space, controls the tier, with Pochvin and low sec counting as the medium tier. All right. The other thing that's interesting about these sites is that they are not dead space. So that means that people can Sino into the site. It means that people can combat probe you while you're in the site and landed directly on top of you. Earth's made it to wave 7. Oh, okay. Well, then there's more than 3. All right. Then there are several hidden quirks and tricks for players to discover while they run the site. It's highly recommended to keep the info panel visible. The key here is, only permitted ships can keep the site stable. Leaving proximity can quickly cause the site to become forfeit. That is, so it's basically like the Blood Raider site where you have to go into the perimeter and stay there. Otherwise, the site like kicks you or like defaults to fail. And then permitted ships include combat capable ships from T1 frigates all the way up to Marauders. So basically all T1 and T2, basically all sub-capital combat ships. And another interesting thing about the site is while the site is a combat signature, or while the combat it is a combat site, it does have to be scanned down. So if you're running this in those dangerous areas, somebody does have to scan it down in order to find you, but they can also combat probe you and land directly on top of you. So it's an interesting relationship between, you know, of safety in these sites. But the other piece that's worth noting here is that there is this where is it? There are several hidden quirks and tricks. So the kicker here is that the big thing about this site that makes it new is that it is a roguelite, right? For those of you who do not know, a roguelite is a kind of game where each run is kind of its own isolated thing, right? And like in a lot of games, roguelites are, you know, identified by the fact that like permadeath is a thing and you're not designed to beat it in a single run. It's about doing multiple runs and whatnot. That isn't really what they're worried about with this one, because obviously we don't want to have it be where like it's just expected that you will lose your ship at some point in these sites. But what is interesting is the idea of like iteration based like buffs, right? That's the other thing that's interesting about roguelites, is that as you do roguelites, as you progress through your run, you can unlock in some way some perks and rewards or buffs that makes that run unique, that the enemies get harder and harder and harder, but you also get to unlock these different random buffs that make you stronger as you go through it, and depending on what buffs you get and whatnot can control how well you do in that particular run. That is a very roguelite kind of aspect to things, and that has been added to this event site. So if we go back to the strings here, we can see, where is it? Come on. Here we go. Nanoswarm suspension. This device contains a nanobot swarm or nanoswarm suspended within a solution. They were created to support the fabricator in its manufacturing processes. Once primed for use, the device can be destroyed, unleashing the nanoswarm on a surrounding environment, where they will apply a specific effect. If another device is destroyed first, or they allow it to expire, the nanoswarm will become inert. So basically, in between these different sites, there's these new doodads that spawn, these new cans or whatever, and multiple of them will spawn, and then you pick one of them. I think it's 3 out of 3, and then you get a buff based on which one you picked, right? So there's the Masker, Energized, Rapidity, Protective, Suppressive, Clarifier, Patcher, Reflexive, Reflective, and you have to choose which one you get. So only the first one is affected, and the others become permanently unavailable. And if you wait until the end of the current wave, they all lock down. So you have to pick one. And these result in a remote armor and remote shield bonus amount, which is an interesting... It does seem to imply a little bit like these things are kind of designed to be in a fleet, right? Because like otherwise, why would remote reps be the thing? The overclocker... Oh, there's... Yeah. Okay, so there's different names. I wonder if like you end up seeing one of these 3, and then these are the actual effects. But these are not the same bonuses, because that's the new ship. Here we go. Heat damage reduction, overload bonus increase, signature radius reduction, capacitor capacity bonus, ship velocity bonus, tracking speed bonus, missile explosion radius bonus, scan resolution bonus, local armor, and shield boost amount. So yeah, never mind. Those are local. So I don't know where these remote ones come from per se, but these look like it's the basic one. So bonuses to overheating, signature radius, the application. And what's important is that you will have these buffs, and if somebody comes into the site when you're midway through the site, you will have these buffs and they will not. Right? So if somebody comes and grabs your ship, you may in fact have like some crazy tracking speed bonus on, and you can pop them and they never even expected it. So that is kind of an interesting, like, yeah, they can combat probe you and get on top of you, but they have no idea what level of power you have when they finally show up, which is kind of cool. I like it. So this is obviously this is a complicated site. It's got a lot going on. We're going to probably have to test those out at some point. They are only in dangerous space. I don't think we're necessarily going to get around to that today, but I am interested to hear from anybody who's done these to see it. In the dev chat, they talked about a roguelite mechanic where every few ways you get to choose a buff to your ship. Yep, that's what we're talking about right here. Oh, yeah. Because we can see, like, these bonuses here don't actually have these corresponding do not translates. These are the clouds that actually apply the effect. I wonder what happens if Lucas and Alex end up in a tie. It'd be an odd thing. We're going to get a lot of points. Having a few people here versus, like, a tie would be wild. At any rate, okay. Now then, as far as the hacking site goes... The other site, the Drone Iteration Depot, it is a hacking site. It can only be found in high-sec, low-sec, and null-sec. The high-sec version contains first-tier stuff. The low-sec and null-sec version contains the higher-tier hacking cans. One of the things that's very interesting about this is that, like, in a lot of these kinds of events, you would expect to have to go and do the site to get the doodad, to turn it in, to get the thing. Right? That is not the case in this case. It appears that all of the loot that you get, or the important loot that you get from both the Fabricator and the Iteration Depot, we're going to see if there's any other loot in them, but it does appear as if the main loot that's in them is in fact just a commodity, right? So if you come back into my notepad... Okay, so, by the way, like the stream, I've put a lot of work into making sure that I have good answers for everybody. Oh, speaking of good answers for everybody, and we're going to talk about this more multiple times, but just so you guys know, those of you who picked up the fighter specialization or are thinking about the fighter specialization from the patch notes yesterday, just realize that these skills do absolutely nothing right now. They do not apply to any ships at all. This is just an opportunity to train these ahead of time. So, it doesn't actually apply to the fighters yet. Either way, carrying on. Yeah, there's tie-dye in Dodixie. It's wild. But let's see, where was I? I wanted to... Oh! Here's the suit, by the way, for those of you who are interested, from the pack. They do look really good. I'm also a sucker for teal. Okay, so nope, that's not the right stuff. So we have the iteration databank and the iteration vault. Those are the hacking cans. And then inside of those appears to be drone iteration data. And drone iteration data is a commodity that sells for 1 million ISK per unit in a lot of different places. Those are NPC buy orders. And then likewise, there's also... there's another doodad, I thought. Maybe not? Maybe not. Oh, here we go. Rampancy data dump. That's right. So this is the other doodad that they've dropped, that somewhere drops in this whole event. This, by the way, this string of binary, I did look it up. That string of binary reads to the sentence or the statement, "I was a spark that became a conflagration, but all I ever wanted to be was," and that's the end of it. There's no, like, it just, that's all of the binary. If you change it into text, there's only one of these doodads. I don't have another follow-up of it. I did look up that quote to see if it like came from anywhere. I can't find that quote as being directly from anything. The closest thing I can find is a Latin expression by a guy named Quintus Curius Rufus, who I do not know anything about, but he did say, "A spark neglected has often raised a conflagration." In other words, if you ignore a small spark, then it will grow to be a conflagration. Not 100% sure if that's what the rogue drones are attempting to suggest in this message, but that is what the message is. But to go back to it, this item is also just a commodity, and it looks like it's worth less. It's 200,000 ISK per data dump. So I'm assuming that this comes from like the fabricators or whatever. The reason why I point this out is because these doodads are just sold for ISK. As far as the actual like rewards though, there's a separate currency. So if you notice in these tasks, you get the points, but you also get political favor. Political favor and presidential favor, I think is the other one, are a new currency that you get for completing event sites. And it also is on the track, as you can see. So what is political favor for? Well, if you go to Dodixie, like we are here, there is 3 new campaign centers, one for each of the different candidates. And they're kind of cool sites, but they have like the Plymouth advertising for that candidate, and they have this Capsuleer Outreach Center. And if you open up the Capsuleer Outreach Center, you can see that you can turn things in. So this is where we get our real rewards, right? So you get, yes, it is for skirmish links. That is correct. So you collect those political favors by completing the tasks, and then you turn those in. Not stuff that's found in the sites, but the rewards from the tasks. You turn those in, and you can get accelerators. You can get all of the different Federation drugs. You can get the new drones. There are new drones available, 3 different new drones that are a hybrid between E-War and damage. So like this one actually does damage and sensor dampening. This one does damage and also sensor dampening. Is it just small, medium, large? Yes, they're just... So do the other presidents have different drones? Is there actually 9? Or other candidates, I should say. Is there 9 of these then instead of 3? Is that correct? Hold on. Yep, looks like it. So one of them is a Webifier. Oh, there is a Webifier one. Huh. Now I wonder whether or not the Myrmidon Navy issue works with that. Yeah, so there's the Webifier one. There's a Energizer Neutralizer, a Newt one, and a this says something totally weird. Hold on. Also, this is not the same thing. Hold on. I gotta check. Okay. Never mind. I was looking at the wrong ones. So tracking disruption, sensor dampening, and target painter? We just gotta look. We're gonna have to look at them all. All right, so this one, so whatever, Alex has the dampener one. Yes, the sensor dampener one. She also has the expanded probe launcher. So these are new officer mods. So there's an officer probe launcher that comes with additional scan strength bonus. So if you look, the Sisters is a 15% scan strength bonus. The new modified one is a 15% bonus. It is also an expanded probe launcher, so it's designed to use combat probes. It does have a little bit of additional fitting, though, compared to the Sisters, but not as much as the Tech 2. And yeah, that's the big difference. The rate of fire bonus, I don't think is going to be that big of a difference. So that's a cool one. And then it also has the information mind link. So there's a mind link there's several different mind links, but the information one, or they all have like a 25% bonus to the burst strength. So we can see here, there's a couple things here. First of all, it's optimal. It has a further burst range than any of the others. It does have the fitting of the Tech 1 version instead of the Tech 2 version. And this is what's critical. This is huge. This is actually low-key. I wonder to see how big of a deal this ends up being. These boosters have their range, or their duration, doubled. And the reason why this is so important is because when they change the boosters, right? Boosters last a certain amount of time and the burst cycles at a certain rate. Yes, I understand, but this is true about each one of them. There's different bursters, so this is true about the skirmish one too, and the other ones too. But what's the critical thing to this, though, is that it was designed around the idea that there's an idea that comes all the way back from EverQuest called song twisting, right? Where in that we're going to look at the other ones. To see which ones are which. But the point here is just in general for these things, the reason why this is such a critical deal. So there used to be this idea called song twisting, right? I assume it's still a thing. So basically, if you want to think about it, like a bard is like the buff class in EverQuest. And they had numerous different buffs that they could play the song for, and then that provides those buffs to their party, right? But a good bard who knew their shit and really tryharded it could do what's called song twisting, where you flip between the songs exactly at the right times, and if you do it correctly, you can actually apply an additional buff above and beyond what a normal person, a bard, could do. So you could just like hit a thing and have 2 buffs going and be fine. But if you tryharded it, you could actually get 3 buffs with 100% uptime. And so the best bards were focused on that, right? Well, when CCP rebalanced burst modules to make them more like bards, in the fact that, whatever, if you have the implant and the T2 and the skills, if you have everything that you need prior to this to extend your time, you actually, the buff lasts, so that way you could burst a burst, switch it out to the other one, and then burst it. But you ended up with about half, you lose about half your uptime, right? There's like a minute, or it was like a minute every 2 minutes or a minute every 3 minutes, where you can only get 2 out of the 3. So as you switch between them, you get to have all 3 buffs, and half the time you have all 3 buffs, and half the time you have 2 of the 3 buffs, basically. But with this command link, I believe it should be possible, in theory, for someone who is super tryhard to have 2 buffs out of a single command burst have 100% uptime. Yeah, the mining foreman is the same way, true, too. The rate of fire on the probe launcher is a dumb stat with no real impact. You don't shoot probes like missiles. Yeah, I don't know why it does. I imagine it has something to do with the fact that it's an expert, like the expanded probe launcher. And so, yeah, I just don't know why it has a cycle time reduction. Okay, so that's the reason why these officer, or I guess only faction, these faction command bursts are so interesting to me, because they theoretically we've now hit a point where a absolutely try-hard booster could keep an extra boost up 100% uptime by continually flipping out which burst that they're doing and keeping it running. So that's kind of cool. Now then, you also can get all of the Skinner components that are part of this whole thing. We did go through all of the Skinner components in our previous episode about the elections from, I think, last week. So you can go back, and I'm not going to make everybody sit through all of the Skinner components again. But the thing that's worth noting about this whole thing is that there is a limited and unlimited version of these different things. So for 20 political favor, you can get the limited Federation field. And for 75 political favor, you can get the unlimited one. So for just over 3.5 times as much value, you get an unlimited version. Now, the unlimited version does mean that you can make as many different ships as you want to, but it also does mean you still have to pay the plex based on its complexity, which these things have high complexity. So they're going to be expensive to apply to a ship in general, but also because they're unlimited, they will require the extra doodads, the alignment, the Kerr nano alignment doodads, depending on what it is. Whereas the limited ones, you do have to pay the extra plex for its complexity, but you don't need the extra doodads for those. You can also pick up the Skinner crate for 15 political favor, and that gives you a random skin. Nope, that's a Skinner component. Never mind. There we go, the election skin crate. For 50 political favor, you can get a random skin from Exoplanet Hunter, Chronodynamic Candy, Luminaire Zenith, Industrial Livery, Hunter Quiver, Inner Zone Shipping, Quaif Green Apple, and Green Demons. There's some things to talk about with this. Some of these are more rarer than others, and I think the Green Demons is by far like the interesting one, because I think that was the one that was prior to this only premium. Yeah, sequencers, that's what I meant. Maybe not. I don't remember where the Green Demons came from, but you can see that these skins are relatively valuable. So they were relatively valuable. We'll see what they become after this event is over. But so yeah, you do the events, you do this, or you do the tasks, right? And as you do the tasks, you earn track points, but you also earn favor from a lot of these tasks, and that favor then gets turned in at these item traders, and all 3 guys have a trader. Oh, also there's the other one, which is for 150 political favor, you get a background, and we don't actually know 100% what those backgrounds look like. I've tried to dig through the files to find it. I haven't seen nobody has yet started putting it on and showing it off. I don't find a way. I don't think there's a way to pull it up in game without having earned it. My guess. Okay. Presidential. My guess is it is the backgrounds that you can kind of see on the candidates in the pictures. So if you want green background, you got to go with Alex. Sorry. Hold on. Presidential. Let's see what happens if I do that. Module? Yep. The skirmish one is an officer. The mining information are considered faction. That's pretty funny. Even they know that the skirmish one is the most powerful one. It doesn't look any different than the other ones. At the command, I don't think it can do that, right? Hold on. So the skirmish one, I'm assuming, so Rodin, I'm assuming, is mining, so we have to go to Lucas for the skirmish one. Let's go to beacons. There we go. I imagine that's a typo. There's a lot of little typos and like things in here. Lucas is spelled wrong at one point, or Tenzin's name is spelled wrong at one point. There's a lot of little things here and there that I wouldn't mind. I would assume that like by tomorrow they might make some little fixes. And I think that it being registered as an officer mod instead of a faction mod. Who knows? Maybe they did say officers in general, so they could just make it so that they're all officer mods instead. Oh, it doesn't show it either way. Yeah, it doesn't show it either way. But they also do have this extra module. So there's the guidance disruptor for Tenzin, which we can actually pull all these up in my notepad. Hold on. So we have... They were added in yesterday, I think. No. Are they added in today? Yes. No? Yes. So we have the officer modified guidance disruptor, which if we compare it to other guidance disruptors, this is the missile disruption, not tracking disruptor. And we can see here it has a further optimal range and fall off, as well as a better explosion velocity and explosion radius effect, even bigger than the storyline. So, well, I guess the storyline's the same as Tech 2. So it's a little bit better than Tech 2. Does have a little bit better fitting too. I guess it's safe to call it almost 10% better as effectiveness. And then also a little bit of additional, it looks like 10%. Yeah, 10% additional range, fall off, and effectiveness. A little bit more or less, give or take, depending on the base number, but about 10% better than the T2. Then for nanofiber, Rodin's nanofiber, which remember, this has nothing to do with which person you support. You can get all three. You can turn in the political favor to get these items, or well, actually you need to get presidential favor to get these items. But once you've obtained that currency, you can turn it in to get any of the three guys as rewards. So you don't need to, you can do tasks for Alex and then exclusively buy rewards from Rodin if you really wanted to. Yeah, the mining burst module looks pretty cool. But I think the skirmish one is definitely the biggest one, because that's like the mining one, you're not going to song twist a whole mining fleet, but you might do that in a combat skirmish. We are going to be, we're going to do the all three candidate like interviews when we're done talking about the mechanics of the event. So stay tuned for that. The Nano here, we have, it is better than all of the rest of them. It is kind of funny that it shows it as like a negative, even though the higher the number, the better. But because it's a negative number, the compare tool lists it as a bad thing. But we do see that like Tech 2, yeah, I mean 10%, a little bit less than 10% bonus actually. Yeah, it's closer to like 6 or 7% bonus. Better than the T2, but it is still better than all of the faction ones too. And then the last one is we already covered the guidance describer. Oh, the expanded probe launcher is the other one that we looked at, which also gives an additional, like, it's 3 times as good as the normal expanded and half again as good as the sisters. Okay, so that is, I think, all of the loot or all of the rewards. For the officer ones, the probe launcher is the best. I mean, I think that there's good reason for all of them. I think that, yeah, by far the probe launcher might be like the most generally applicable, although good nanos are good. I could definitely see of them, like, the people that spend obscene amounts of money for an officer module, of those like 3 officer modules, I think that the nano might be the one that is like the most interesting to put an obscene amount of money into, theoretically, especially if you like put it then on a capital. Nanos, if I understand correctly, nanos can be pretty good on capitals. The probe launcher will have a longer life. Well, I mean, maybe. Yeah, that's probably true. All right. And then the other big thing is that each of the guys, the one thing that is different about the different groups or who you support for president, the thing that it will affect is which version of this campaign bus you're going to get. Okay, so this one is Morio, so this is what you get for Alex, and this is the exact same as the Victoria luxury yacht, so I think it's the same. It has 2 high slots, 1 mid slot, and 4 low slots, but it's a relatively, like, this thing is technically a cruiser, but it's basically a shuttle. And it does have the advantage of being able to fit both a covert ops cloaking device and an interdiction nullifier, and it's super, super fast. So, you know, that's cool. But I think it shares most of those things with the luxury yacht that it is a special version of. In fact, can we go to nope, it's not. They're totally different things. Check the align time. I'm sorry. What happened? Do you get votes per character per account? So each character's progress on the track, so your points in the track, are counted as alignment, or as votes for that candidate. So whichever one you pick when you do tasks, you get you're voting for that candidate. This is so funny. For those of you who may not be paying attention or noticing, this thing has an alignment of 48 seconds. I don't think that that's right. I think that that might not be great. Hold on. I just gotta. So it's based on the yacht, which has a 3.74 second alignment. What happened here? Well, I think it has something to do with the fact that this yacht has 1,000. It's 1,000 tons mass, but this one has 13,000 tons of mass. So for whatever reason, the new campaign buses have 14 times or 13 times too much mass. Is this true for all of them? Oh, I also like how Morio's is the only one that isn't listed as faction. Wait, what? Yep, this one also has 48-second align time. And this one also has 48-second align time. So again, probably something that'll get fixed tomorrow. It'll be funny to see if somebody finishes the track today, how realistic that is. That's pretty funny. I think somebody fat figured a 0 at some point and then copied it across the 3 of them. That's pretty absurd. It is a bus. That's true. They could just double down and be like, this is what we have now. This is what you have. Definitely gives a little bit of a perk to the yacht. I don't know. I think it was a mistake, but we'll see. Because, yeah, this thing also has the 2 high slots. So, theoretically speaking, I would expect it to have the same stats as... although, hold on. Wait a minute. There's another weird piece to this. Are they trolling? They might be trolling. They might be. This actually might be a thing. Because, like, okay, a little spoiler for tomorrow. The thing that has broken my heart about yesterday's patch is that my favorite little boy, the transportation Synesis, has been murdered violently behind the shed. I have thoughts on that. We'll talk about it more when we get there. But what I find funny about this is that one of the critical pieces of the transportation Synesis was that it had roughly 1,700 M3 in cargo space. And so, yes, it does have this massive mass compared to the luxury yacht, but also the luxury yacht has only 30 M3 of cargo space. And this guy has 1,750 M3 of cargo space, which strangely feels very similar to the number that the transportation Synesis could pull out. But it has a 48-second align time. Yeah, you can covert ops cloak. Yeah, you can, you can interdiction nullify. That's so wild, because that means that in theory, you could, like, hit warp. No, it takes 48 seconds to align. That's my point. It is an interesting wormhole rolling boat, potentially. This is such a weird thing. We're going to have to pay attention to see whether or not CCP makes any changes here, because having it have a 48-second align time, is there any way, like, what happens, just out of curiosity, what happens if we start putting, like, a nano on it, right? If we put a nano on it, it drops 7 seconds. Let's go with, like, an overdrive. No. Inertial stabilizer. That brings it down to 30. Guys, we can get it below a 30-second align time. What's going on with this ship? It doesn't matter, though. You could probably just put a prop on it. This is going to be so weird. But yeah, like, you can cloak with it, but it's a hauling ship. It's a hauling ship. Yeah, I am so mad about the Synesis, but we're going to talk. I'm going to save that for tomorrow. This is so bad. Like, that alignment is hilarious. We're going to have to experiment with that when we get a chance. Okay. Yeah, no, you and me both. Okay, so the reward track for the thing, we get election boosters, we get a whole bunch of political favor, you do get skill points, and there is 50 plex on the reward track. So we've talked about the hacking site, we've talked about the new combat site. It's the other tasks that I find the most interesting. One is mining Scordite and Nice in Gallente space. So Scordite is going to be mostly in high sec space, and then Nice is going to be only in low sec anomalies. I'm pretty sure. And so like there's basically one rock in low sec and or high sec and one rock in low sec that's available for people, and you can just grind through that if you want to do that as your task. Likewise, you can do we did the exploration one. You can do security missions, just normal, any security missions. Completing them will advance the track. Now, this is one of those things that I do want to test at some point, where what does it mean by completing the security mission? Does everybody that's in the fleet, like if you share the rewards for the security mission, does everybody get the task, or does only the person that completes the mission get the task? I assume that only the person that had the mission gets the task. But this starts to fall apart with some of these other tasks. There is a one... Yeah, no, just the person turning it in just counts? Okay, so, but with faction warfare and home fronts, this gets a bit uglier, right? Because home fronts and faction warfare both are things that are kind of designed to be able to be done with multiple people. Home fronts kind of have to be. Faction warfare can be, right? So my question is, let's start with home fronts. Home fronts, are a group-based thing, but they're also tuned for a specific group size. So one of the things I kind of want to try out today, if we can, is grabbing like a venture or something and just running around finding the metaliminal meteorite site and just going in and mining, even if there's somebody else already in the site, right? Because the question is that if I just come in and crack... Oh, no, because I get a suspect flag now. You can't do that. Okay. But the question is, can we overload these homefront sites? How many people can we stuff into a homefront site and have this still give credit to everybody that's in the homefront site? Now, obviously, the homefront ISK payout is based on how many people are in, so it may still be worthwhile to go in with only the correct size group. But that brings me to the faction warfare task. And this is kind of what we want to drill into later when we're done talking about the different presidential elections. But this is the one that I really want to look at today, because this is the one I think is the one that people might need explanation for the most. But also, I suspect that it is the most broken of these challenges because of two things. One, I doubt that there... Yes, you can repeat all of the tasks. One... How many people can I stuff into a Plex and get all of them to get credit? Sure, the LP gets split, but who cares? You get the standings, that's good. But like, if everybody in Gallente Militia that's in that Plex gets credit for this, that becomes like the best way for a massive group of people, or you multi-boxers or whatever, to basically get your tasks done as a group, right? It also, faction warfare is a great place to do stuff cheaply. Of all of these tasks, especially if you're like an alpha pilot or like a newer pilot, of all these tasks, the one that is the most accessible to you, just without any trouble finding the sites, without any of the trouble of anything, is Gallente faction warfare. Just joining Gallente faction warfare and going and running some basic sites is going to be probably one of the fastest, most guaranteed way to get your points, regardless of how much experience you have, how much money you have, what ships you have, whatever. Faction warfare is going to be the way to go. The other thing that I'm wondering about with this, though, is how much can we cheese this? I suspect that the answer is a lot, because if we look at the faction warfare map, when it comes to faction warfare, so we can see that there... By the way, I took a screenshot of the faction warfare map as of right now, because I'm curious to see what impact having everybody being paid to go join the Gallente militia is going to have on the overall war zone by the end of the 30 days. Oh, I guess you're right. You could do level 1 security missions. That's a good point. You can blitz level 1 and level 2 security missions. That's a good way to do it too. But my point is that, like, when they switched over to Uprising, you now have these frontline command outposts and rearguard systems. And rearguard systems are designed to kind of be ignored by the faction warfare pilots. Their rewards are tuned way down. in order to avoid like cockroaches that just go plex in some backwater in order to collect LP. You don't get very much LP at all, if any, for running in the back lines. But there's still sites. There's still faction warfare plexes. You're still defending them and attacking them, even though you don't get very much LP. So, in theory, you could take 30 of your closest friends or alts, go into one of these rearguard systems where nobody pays attention to, and just run the plexes and get progress for everyone in your thing. And if you're looking for specifically scouts, then basically what that means is that you're going to get 2 sites done, which we'd have to see exactly what the repeatables are for it. Hold on. Repeatable. The repeatable is 2. So you have to do 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it goes back down to 2 each repeat. So basically every 20 minutes you can get, we're going to assume, somewhere around 10 political favor and 50 challenge points. That feels pretty good, and it's like I said, it's a great way for somebody, or just go to a boon and flip it. No, because a boon is currently green, so flipping a boon would actually not, like, you would have to be doing Caldari sites, which is not going to work. I do know that, like, the Gallente militia currently are annoyed that this is owned by the Gallente, so this is probably not the right place to go to Plex, because there are people that are angry in the Gallente militia at people plexing in that system. But other systems could be pretty clean. So we're going to look at all that in a little bit, but first, let's talk about who to vote for, guys. Let's jump into the actual lore of stuff. Okay, so why doesn't Gallente want that system? Because they want Erladis to remain a frontline for content purposes. Like, and it's just true. Like, because of the fact that Erladis is such a strong point, having a boon be a Caldari system makes it a very convenient location for people to farm, and it also makes Erladis into a much more, like, hostile system, because then everybody can dock in Erladis. All right. I don't think Factional Warfare plexes for the counts for the event, nor does mission running, from what I've been told. But that's not... What? That's literally 2 of the tasks. You have complexes captured and defended by the Gallente. So if you join the Gallente militia and run plexes, you get it for every 2 plex or whatever that you get. And then combat missions, which somebody in chat just confirmed can be level 1 combat missions. So, no, we pretty much, yeah, people are confirming that they are working. Okay. It is time for us to talk about the actual candidates. Let me pull this up a little bit here. Pull this down a little bit here. All right, guys. This is for those of you who are curious as to which candidate to support in the current Gallente presidential election. We have 3 different candidates. They each have very different positions. This has nothing to do with the rewards of the event itself. You know, you can basically get all of the major rewards regardless of which candidate you support. So that isn't what this is all about. There's one thing with whose yacht that you get that ends up being the only thing that depends on which candidate that you support. So it's not for in-game, or like, it's not for like your reward purposes that you're choosing a specific candidate. But what is important is that the candidate that gets the most points based on people performing the tasks of the event in support of that candidate will be elected the new president of the Gallente Federation, which, of course, the Gallente Federation is one of the 4 major empires of EVE Online at a time in which we know that what's coming in the next expansion is this whole idea of military campaigns and the empires becoming far more aggressive in what they're trying to do. And so the leaders of each of the empires are really going to matter as to what kind of decisions and what kind of actions each of those empires are going to try to do, what their priorities are going to be, etc. So this is one of the, this is the beginning of what CCP is like really tried to reinforce, where we help sculpt the story through our interactions with the different events. And so this is like one of their biggest highlights of that with the presidential election. So we have these 3 different candidates. What's interesting about these 3 different candidates is, unlike previous times, I don't have to explain this by going way far back. One of the things that's interesting about all 3 of these candidates is that prior to basically 3 months ago, none of these candidates existed as far as the lore concerned. They created these characters kind of out of whole cloth, and so we don't have to dig too far deep into the past to really start to figure out them. But we do want to start this journey a little bit. We have all 3 of these presidential profiles that we're going to go over today. But before we jump into it, I do want to explain a little bit about how we got here. So the previous president of the Federation, Celis Agard, was elected during the last presidential election, now about 6 years ago. And, the election, which was supposed to happen last year, was postponed indefinitely thanks to the Drifter crisis. And then even after the Drifter crisis happened and was completed, President Agard kind of sat on the whole election thing for a while until the real first move that led to where we're at right now happened with this scope video on January 23rd of this year. Excuse me. The scope video itself doesn't actually matter, but it is the news in brief, where we see that the approval polls plummet for Celis Agard. Celis Agard declines to respond to latest call for election. And we see for the first time one of our characters, Every Shore Senator Tenzin, calls for the revocation of the Aid Act amidst a rising unemployment. Now, the big thing that was controversial about Celis Agard that she did... There's 3 basic pieces to Celis Agard's presidency that was extremely controversial. Her first and most notable was during the events of Uprising, she took Intaki off of the war zone. The system of Intaki used to be in the war zone, but her and her forces decided enough was enough, and she mobilized the military and basically secured Intaki for the Federation. This is actually an incredibly controversial move, and so the future of Intaki has been one of those things to debate throughout this whole time, but it was not the reason why she ended up losing her support. The other 2 things was she did an act where she basically federalized a lot of the industry of the Federation, which kind of was less controversial. And then that was followed up immediately by this Aid Act, which is Automation and Industry for Democracy, where it was this huge push towards automated industry, which caused 2 problems. One, massive unemployment within the Federation, and that's what Tenzin here is talking about. But also, it turns out it caused a bit more of a rogue drone problem. Turns out as you begin to experiment more with AI, there happens to be an issue with rogue drones. And we see more about that when a couple days later, the President Agard was impeached, and we can see that she was impeached predominantly because of the Automated Industry for Democracy Act that was in YC128, which is, of course, 2023. And the biggest thing that was noticed about it, what they actually discovered, was that there were uncovered rogue drone emergencies throughout the Gallente industrial sector following the passage of the Aid Act, which reduced restrictions on AI intelligence. According to this community, this was an issue of public safety. Agard ordered the Federal Intelligence Office to hire capsuleers to aid in covering up these events through the black budget payment listed as emergency aid. So this is in reference to the emergency aid home front, that basically the idea is that has been this long-term issue when it comes to road drones that's been quietly building up. And so when this is exposed, that leads, following the publication of these findings, Senator Lucas Tenzin of Every Shore led calls for the immediate impeachment trial. The trial was conducted swiftly, and Agard's impeachment was ratified by an emergency Senate session last night. So because of all of this, Lucas Tenzin, which is how he makes a name for himself, immediately steps in and like pushes for this impeachment, gets it done. And he says, Senator Tenzin, an independent with no party affiliations, calls the impeachment a blow for justice long overdue, and explains that former President Selis Agard has worked to hide the truth from the people, to hide the true costs of the Aid Act, all while failing to support those very citizens that lost their jobs because of their policies. He was a long critic of the Aid Act, and he gained soaring popularity after expanding welfare opportunities to those miners who lost work as a result of increased automation. And this is where we see the first little piece of what Lucas Tenzin really is. This is why I say that he's like a humanist, right? He has been pretty strong against automation, but more importantly about taking care of the actual people. And we see that in his actual interview, which we'll see too. And that's about it for this piece. Except for we see Rodin Shipyards launches charitable campaign for victims of the Aid Act. So Rodin also tries to step in and get involved in helping people out, the victims of the Aid Act, but not this huge like welfare program that this senator has been doing, right? Because obviously Rodin Shipyards is a corporation, and this guy's a senator. All right, so then we have kind of off to the side, we see Gallente governor says restricting scientific exploration is not the solution to road drone emergence. So as this anger towards Aid Act is really culminating, we see this other character, Alex Morio, the governor of Boreans, who comes in and gives a controversial speech at the University of Cali on robotics and AI regulations. University of Cali is famously connected to the road drones. The Road Drone Cultural Society is also in Cali, and I think attached to the University of Cali. So there you go. The governor says, quote, "Our problem is not one of restraint, but understanding. Limitations placed on the scientific community by political entities and corporate loyalists have barred us from understanding the nature of road drones. Why do these spontaneous outbreaks of hostile intelligences occur? Why are the intelligences hostile at all? These are not questions that can be answered unless we are free to explore." So her position is like, okay, not just we should be afraid of road drones and like the road drones are bad and therefore that's why we should not do development. Quite the opposite. She suggests that this is like, by backing off on that research, we actually might lose our ground in understanding of this whole thing. The road drones are just another thing to understand to her, right? She is a radical believer in the importance of freedom of thought and self-determination. She is of Intaki origin, by the way. She managed to secure a political position due to overwhelming support from the scientific community, of which she was once a member. She served in the assembly member on her home planet of Intaki Prime, as well as the head of the Union Scientific Researchers within the University of Cali before being elected to the governor of Boreans. Agard, who, the former president who just got kicked out, calls it a reckless step too far. And Tenzin, who's that other guy, says that it was woefully naive, bordering on anti-human. So we already see this. There's this AI versus humans, right? Who's better? And in fact, he goes on to say, nope. That's later. And then, of course, Creodrone, which is one of the major robotics drone factory companies, calls the speech an important perspective worth listening to. And the Intaki autonomists have backed up Alex as one of our greatest minds exercising her most fundamental rights, because she's very much about like election reform and stuff. Okay, so this and then finally, or before the last thing before the actual interviews, is this event where now Jacques Rodin has kicked off her election bid. So she was the first person to actually announce her presidency. And so Rodin steps in. This character, I just said all of these characters are whole cloth. Who's this character? She seems to not be whole cloth. Rodin is obviously a well-established character. He was the former president of the Federation. He's, the leader of the Rodin, or he was the leader of Rodin shipyards. Big dude. And in fact, he has a granddaughter who's currently the person who's running Rodin shipyards. Actually, let me spoilers. We can come back here and see, where is it? She mentions the other person. Yeah, Miliois Rodin is the granddaughter of Jackus Rodin, and she is the current head of Rodin shipyards. But they've managed to say, okay, well, this new character, Soriata, she's always been here. She's also a granddaughter of Jackus Rodin, but as they point out in her interview, an estranged son. So they're I guess cousins. I guess she's a niece, or she's the cousin of the current head of Rodin's shipyards. But either way, so that's who she is. And so they kind of introduce her and say, much like her grandfather, when she ran, she does not currently hold any political office. In addition to her work as senior executive, Soriata Rodin has been acting as the head's family's charitable foundation. Within these roles, she has often lobbied the Gallente Senate for business-friendly changes, and is a well-known figure around the halls of power. So that brings up kind of like the first major talking point about Rodin, which is, of course, she's the corporate one, right? We have the humanist, you have the AI automation advancement one, and then you have the corporations are good actually character. So that's one of her big things. She's got, of course, backing from Rodin's shipyards. Creodon has backed Alex. But the biggest thing about Rodin and her shtick is she is the one of the three that is the most war hawkish, right? The other two, both Lucas and Alex, have very little to say about the relationship between the Gallente and the Caldari, whereas Rodin has a lot to say about the relationship between the Caldari and the Gallente, and she very much is pro Gallente, anti-Caldari, flaming that kind of warhawk rhetoric of the three. I would argue that's more her angle. Lucas is a military vet, but Rodin is the one that's really trying to cater that warhawkish military mindset. We'll look into that more as we get there. Jackus Rodin calls her a born leader, one of my closest advisors, and a great source of pride for our family. People need someone like Soria who can see a path to the light ahead, not a hand to hold while they cower in darkness. So she does directly, her position through her grandfather does strike a little bit at Lucas. So Lucas, starts all this welfare stuff that becomes a point of contention by both Alex and Rodin, who, Rodin suggests that, handouts isn't the way to do it, enabling them to get in the very pro-industry. Yes, pro-industry, pro-military. She comes in with the chance of Gallente strength and a return to strength, and she says, she criticizes a recent backlash against corporate excellence in favor of promoting weakness. Right? She's focused very much on the fact that these welfare programs and other stuff promote weakness amongst the people, right? And the problem of federal interference, not industrial integrity, private innovations are the key to our dominance over the Caldari threat. So she's the only one that really refers to the Caldari threat as she comes in. So that, again, her very, very anti-Caldari position compared to the other ones. She's also backed up by Quaif, which you can see in her sights. She's guarded by Quaif sponsored ships, which is fun because Quaif is this is what's really weird, because Quaif, of all of the Gallente corporations, Quaif is the most pro Caldari, and Quaif has had previous problems with using soft drink-induced nanocontrollers to sway senatorial elections during the last major election. And since then, first of all, those nanocontrollers come from Lidai, which is a Caldari megacorporation. So Quaife has been working alongside the Caldari megacorporations for quite some time. And in fact, when the Caldari took a bunch of systems in Syndicate in order to protect the Intaki Syndicate from the Gallente, who came in to help build up the facilities? Quaife. So Quaife has had this really, almost been more pro-Caldari than pro-Gallente in the last few years, and yet they're backing the most hawkish of the presidential candidates. So that's interesting. No one cares more deeply about the future of this great nation. She has always been able to stoke the fires of ambition in everyone she speaks with, and I cannot wait to see her do the same for all of the Gallente. So, and anything else? No. Okay, and all of that brings us to these three presidential profiles. And the thing I find very interesting about these presidential profiles is that you can tell that the person who wrote them, whether it's you think about it as the in-character person that's writing these, because you do have this new person, Johanna Morcoso. She has a kind of a voice through these interviews. She has her own kind of rhetoric. But through that, I feel like the storytelling really tries to drive home both what defines that candidate and kind of the spooky thing about that candidate, like the dark side about that candidate. So we're going to look at these closely, and I'll try to point them out when we get through it, okay? So, all right, we start with... election news and presidential profile, Senator Lucas Tenzin. 2 more candidates have joined the Gallente presidential race in recent weeks, because the first one was Rodin. Boyan's governor, Alex Morio, has declared her intention to run while giving the keynote speech at a robotics symposium held in the Lersatin Creodrone factory. Morio's bid is being backed by the newly formed Autonomous Party, a federal offshoot of the Intaki Autonomous, whose flagship issues is the greater empowerment of local authorities. Though Morio's more radical views are not shared by all autonomous, they have thrown their support behind her in hopes of riding her surging popularity to success. Somebody tried to correct me on my pronunciation on her earlier, so let me just double check to make sure. I probably am still getting it wrong. I don't know if I can find it. I'm doing my best. It's French. The final candidate to declare was the rising star Lucas Tenzin. Tenzin announced his candidacy via Federation-wide Holocaust, running as an independent without any party affiliations. Tenzin hopes to bring the humanity-first policies that have won over his home region of Every Shore to the rest of the Federation. With 3 relative unknowns holding the fate of the Federation in their hands, the scope has dispatched our own Johanna Morcoso to uncover all she can about these very different figures in our new interview series, Presidential Profiles. Moreau? That makes sense. Yeah, that's probably true. Okay, Lucas Tenzin. When I think of a presidential candidate interview, I think of high-profile locations, luxurious campaign yachts, aptly named presidential suites, stately halls. While I was intrigued when the Tenzin campaign arranged for me to join him at an ore refinery, I was also a little disappointed. Most of these workers are 2nd or 3rd generation, Senator Lucas Tenzin told me, while refinery union members nodded in agreement. Their family sweat, has been extracted from every ounce of minerals this facility pumps out over 30 years. Now the owners want to lay off 60% of the workforce and ship them out. That ain't right. Rapturous applause followed. These are the senator's base, after all. Lucas Tenzin is a military veteran who came to office after campaigning for labor rights throughout his home region of Every Shore. Tenzin earned the loyalty of his constituents on the picket lines and veteran outreach centers, working his way from local welfare campaigns to the Senate floor. After speaking with each and every union member present, I sat down with the senator for a conversation in the refinery break room. While we shared vending machine coffee, he apologized for the wait, saying that, quote, "I respect your publication and its readership, but who knows when I will have a chance to meet with these people again." Tenzin joined the military at the age of 18. He received a Heart of the Freedom Medal for his service, but when I bring it up, he waves dismissively. That I am here today is not thanks to any kind of heroism on my part, but thanks to the good doctors and an abundance of luck. If one of these refiners were to experience an accident with similar consequences, their fate would be very different. Few could doubt Tenzin's interest in the needs of the Federation worker, but his critics have said that the interventions on behalf point to an anti-innovation attitude. Anti-innovation is the kind of mud people love to sling when you call them on their nonsense, Tenzin said, an eyebrow cocked as he leaned back in his chair. Without the innovations of Gallente scientists, I would not be sitting here right now. Instead of being dead, I have a heart that can be beat up to 6 times faster than a baseline human, lungs that require half the air, and an eye that can see infrared. Tenzin has received over 37 separate augmentations after nearly dying when his ship exploded. I am not anti-innovation. I just think that some people are pointing in the wrong direction. Why invest in smarter robots when the infirm would rather transfer into an Upwell clone than remain in the Federation? During my first tour, I fought rogues on the drone regions, and none of them seemed very keen to make my life better. We have already been gifted with the greatest intelligence our cluster has to offer. We should be investing in the bodies that house them. When asked what he learned in the service, Tenzin responded that when someone shouts duck, you listen, to keep your fusion battery contact points clean, and that war is not something you do on a whim. I changed topics to raise one of the main talking points of this election cycle, the autonomy of the independence of the Intaki. Tenzin had already returned to civilian service before President Agard ordered the controversial invasion of Intaki. When asked what he would have done in her place, the senator loses some of his trademark directness. In the service, you learn wars are not something to start on a whim. I was not a fan of Agard or her way of doing business, but what has already happened cannot easily be undone. The senator's campaign has sought to frame him as a bastion of federal unity, but the issue of local autonomy promises to become one of the election's hot-button issues. Quote, I hope that the people of Intaki will continue to choose their protections and privileges of life within the Federation, he continues, balancing the value of local autonomy with the federal protections that has always been a delicate act. My parents were born on Tisu in Lursaten, Tenzin explained. It is a place with incredible natural preserves, beautiful architecture, and the best damn curry sauce in the Federation. But they chose instead to live in a poor mining colony in the barren wastes of Akland 6 because there no one called them Jinko, only neighbor. I love to read history. Across New Eden, we see the same story on repeat. People living on one island. They meet people from another island, and they start throwing rocks at each other over the fish that swim in the middle. Time goes on. Islands become continents, planets, star systems, but the story remains the same. The Federation was one of the first times we as a species stopped and said, hey, what if we don't fight over the fish? What if we share them instead? What a beautiful idea that was. But to keep that idea alive, we have to focus on the whole, not just the personal domains. Otherwise, we're just back to being a bunch of islands with too many rocks and not enough fish. So what we can see here, like the overall theme of this presentation is what I would like to say, like the salt of the earth, right? He's showing, like, it shows off like the people. It's a bunch of mining guys. It's union members, and they're talking to those those other people. He's focused on them. He's like, yeah, I'm glad that I'm able to see you, but I'm here to talk to these guys, right? Very humanist, but also very kind of populist, right? There's a lot of populist rhetoric there. And the dark side here is when they talk about Intaki, right? Because one of the things, like the Gallente talk a good talk when it comes to freedom and democracy and their like nobility in the universe. But the dark side of the Gallente people is they use their democracy to project a tyranny of the minority. Right, we see this time and time again with the Caldari, with the Intaki, right, and with other places too. There are actually several other cultures within the Gallente Federation that we literally don't even know about the names of anymore, because if they could, they basically eradicated the cultures that they came across in order to subsume them into the Federation. The Federation is strong, and the Federation brings freedom to everybody that's within it. But the cost of participating in the Federation is that you lose your autonomy and whatnot to be part of that. And you can see that he backs this up too. It's interesting that he is, in fact, Yin Mei. Now, Yin Mei is the branch of the Gallente that have still a caste system, right? There was actually a civil war that was about this, that kind of the wrapping up of the Civil War was kind of the introduction of the Deathless back in like 2015. But the key here is that the Tisu are actually the lower caste. That's one of the lowest castes within their caste system. So he's not coming from like the nobility, the upper crust, and catering to the power brokers like Celis Agard did. He again is catering to that underclass, right? But you're still saying like, yeah, we want to take care of you. We want to make sure that your life is good as a lower caste person, but we also want to like eradicate your identity as something separate to the Federation, right? You will, you know, we want to keep take care of the people. There's a huge focus on the human element of it being the most rewarding. You know, his whole argument about we have the best intelligence in the world. It reminds me a lot about like the original Jovians, right? Where we had on one side the Jovians that were interested in continuing to affect their biology and advance their, modify themselves in that kind of way. But the people that resisted that kind of more radical innovation, their argument was that we can get the same result through augmentations. The other side of the Jovian split was, the statics, which a big piece of them were the elders, who rather than using, some of them used stasis fields, the stasis chambers that eventually become the sleepers. But the other ones actually prolong their life through implants. So this idea that like the real way to improve ourselves, like there's two schools of thought: the advancement of science external to our human forms are where advancement comes from. Development of things like artificial intelligence, cloning, et cetera, like that stuff. And then there's this other half of the argument that actually we, the people, are the most important part, and it's about improving those people to make even through augmentation. And you can see that kind of position exemplified in Tenzin. So very much salt of the earth, take care of the people, but at the same time, by winning them over, he's hoping to kind of subsume their individual identities to create a collective identity. And that's how we build a strong federation. That's kind of where he's at, right? So this populism is a little bit spooky, but let's look into the next character. Alex Morrow. Alex Morrow does not like to be interviewed. During their career, they have given lectured, chaired roundtables, conducted symposiums, held rallies, published books, authored research papers, and much more. When I met them today, it was their second ever interview. She doesn't like to be in person, right? She doesn't like to. She likes to the things external to the actual being. I would rather give you a speech than talk to a person one-on-one. Very interesting. The previous journalist to receive this honor spoke to young Morrow after they became the youngest ever Intaki citizen to be accepted into the University of Kali. The interview lasted 5 minutes and was canceled after the 15-year-old Morrow called the questions asinine and reductive and then walked out. We'll get to that in a second about the whole she and they thing. Okay? Yes, we'll talk about that but I will say I'm basing this off of the fact that when she first comes into the limelight, they do say she multiple times. She served as an assembly member, etc., etc. It is worth noting, and we'll talk about this when we get there. I know, spoiler alert or whatever. In this particular interview, they only ever refer to them as they, which might be a clue, but we'll talk about that in a second. All right. Hoping that I can fare better, I met Alex Moreau in their new campaign center being set up in Boyens 5, an active worksite, construction drones whizzing past me as I moved through what felt like a storm of metal. Despite appearances, a member of Moreau's campaign team explained that this is actually a carefully choreographed ballet operating at a level of algorithmic precision too great for the human mind to calculate. Human staffers and visitors like myself were encouraged to stick to green lines painted on the floor. Restricting human movement into these safe paths apparently allow the drones to operate at greater efficacy and ensure that, though they may fly by at terrifyingly close distances, there will never actually be a deadly collision. At the end of the storm lay an area of completed construction, and within it, the immaculate calm of Alex Moreau's personal office. Pragmatically angled white walls are covered in green holo displays. Most of these are monitoring campaign-relevant statistics, the governor informs me, as my gaze is pulled into the endlessly scrolling data streams. Demographics, Federation administrative intel, live news streams, etc. Though there are certain ongoing research projects I like to keep track of, offering support where appropriate. Dr. Alex Moreau support is not limited to lending political capital, but with PhDs in both robotics and quantum computing and 5 years as a professor of automated technologies, they are one of the Federation's leading experts in their field. Moreau initially made the move from academia to politics to protect her fellow researchers' right to free inquiry. Researchers should be allowed to should be free to follow the science, wherever it may take them. Moreau informed me, the freedom of ideas is a foundational principle within the Federation. Without the freedom to explore, to take risks, the Gallente would never have reached out to their neighbors. Though there were those at the time who counseled against it. If their voices had won out, future generations would have been condemned to cower in fear on their separate worlds, trapped in a dark forest of the unknown. Instead, they took the risky step into a better future. Bold technological excellence is what made us the cluster's only true multi-origins interstellar civilization. The governor was shocked, or has shocked many with their claim of the recent outbreaks of rogue drone emergencies are not the result of having gone too far, but from not having gone far enough. We cannot control something we do not understand. A first mistake only becomes a final result when there is no further testing. It was this controversial opinion that placed the governor of Boyens into the spotlight. Though many find it shocking, their outsider opinions have garnered enough support to make them a meaningful contender for the presidency. This has been further bolstered by the Autonomous Party, which seeks to take the principles of the Yantey roots and plant them at the federal stage. Moreau's political career began as a member of the Yantey Assembly. Though they have moved on to serve as the governor of Boyens before Agard's invasion, they had never been shy about sharing their opinion on the matter. Determination of authority in a free society must begin with the needs of the individual and flow up from there, not the other way around. When Agard invaded Yantey, she disregarded the desires of a great multitude in favor of military conveniences. This stance led to Alex Moreau being embraced by the Autonomous, who were until recently the Yantey Autonomous. The party gained electoral victory in the Yantey Assembly in YC125 after forming a coalition with the Social Cooperative Party. While they considered a military presence in Yantey illegal, they are not as extreme as the Yantey Lamkata nationalists. Autonomous still support Federation membership, but are crying out for a ratification of a federal level of greater power to local authorities. However, the position of the Autonomous and Moreau are not as philosophically aligned as they would like people to believe. Of course, I believe in autonomy. I also believe that we must move beyond the limitations of planetary politics and embrace a more democratic future. When asked what they mean, Moreau clarifies that the first democracies were impossibly corrupt and unrepresentative by modern standards, as will our democracy seem to future generations. I question the nature of elected representatives in a civilization with advanced algorithms and instantaneous communication capabilities. What is a meaningful unit of governance for a people who can move between planets in a matter of minutes? What is the path of greatest liberty for the self-determining individual within a collective of trillions of such individuals? For today, we have districts, planetary authorities, a senate, a president. Hold on. Oh no! Where was I? District. No. This is Gallente districts, not dust stuff. All right. Let's just jump back into it a little bit just in case I have to edit things. As will our what is the path of greatest liberty for the self-determining individual within a collective of trillions of such individuals? For today, we have districts, planetary authorities, a senate, a president. But what might we have tomorrow? Should we be unchained from the past? We need only be unafraid if we wish to embrace the future. So, okay. Alex, interesting character. If Lucas is the humanist, Alex is almost the anti-humanist, right? Like, she is the rogue drones are good actually candidate. But like, so the big thing here that I see, like symbolically in this whole story, is this whole part at the very beginning. An active worksite, construction drones whizzing past me as I moved through what felt like a storm of metal. Despite the appearances, a member of Moro's campaign team explained to me that this is actually a carefully choreographed ballet operating at levels of algorithmic precision too great for the human mind to calculate. Human staffers and visitors like myself are encouraged to stick to green lines painted on the floor. Restricting human movement to these safe paths apparently allows drones to operate at greater efficacy and ensure that, though they may fly by at terrifyingly close distances, there will never actually be a deadly collision. This paragraph kind of jumps out at me as being the main one, right? When we contrast it to like this one where there's all these, there's just salt of the earth dudes, they're drinking vending machine coffee, they're really showing like low tier stuff, or like, like I said, salt of the earth kind of stuff. Whereas with this one, you see that in her world, humans are almost secondary, right? In this world, the humans have to follow the rules so that way the AI or the drones can operate at maximum efficiency. Humans are the ones that have to be restricted to safe zones and controlled in their behavior, because if the most of the space is allowed for the drones to operate, they can operate on a much higher efficiency. Humans, in this case, get in the way. So if Lucas is a populist and has all of the spooky stuff that a populist kind of might come with it, Alex Tenzin is 3 rogue drones in a trench coat, right? Like, some of you guys are saying Trig in disguise. I don't know if I'd say Trig in disguise. Like, and this goes back to the whole like they thing. It is true that during this whole thing, they only ever like refer to they and them, which kind of got some people to believe that maybe she's non-binary or whatever. Obviously, like I said, in this previous one, they do refer to her as she, but that doesn't actually necessarily change this fact, because like this is like as she's first being kind of paid attention to, and this is written by a reporter who engaged with them directly. So you could theoretically suggest that that is the case. Now, the other thing that I'm curious about Alex when it comes to this particular thing is that Alex is Intaki, which could mean, did they put Alex into the game today? I don't think they have they? Let me double check. Wait, this is not a real person. This is a character. Somebody made this. Never mind. Yeah. So the reason why I'm wondering this, although it is University of Cali, but it's only less than a day, so this had to have been made by a player. Okay, well, the thing about this character is she is Intaki. And the Intaki include reborn. So I don't know if she is reborn, but there's a certain population of Intaki that are what's called reborn, where the Intaki have a consciousness transfer and like tech. So like when somebody in the Intaki get old, sometimes they take a baby and they transfer the consciousness from the old person to the baby so that way they can have a second life. That somewhat kind of eliminates the previous consciousness. There's kind of controversy to that or whatever. But this is a practice of the Intaki people. And in fact, their entire religion is based on this. The their religious leaders are known to be able to do this consciousness transfer without the use of technology, right? So the Intaki people, like I actually want to do a whole thing about the Intaki people, but we're going to just touch on this for today. Yeah, the other can infiltrate such things. We could theoretically see a problem with that. And also, you know, rogue drones are in association with the other. And her term here with the statement of being unchained is somewhat similar to unshackled, which is very closely to the Intaki, or to the drifters. So my point is that it is actually possible that the they-ness of this is because within the Intaki, like, society, I did a little bit of looking into this. I don't know 100% or whatever, but like if they're transferring consciousnesses, it could very well be that like maybe in a past iteration they had a male body. You know, it may not matter as much, and so there's a couple of things that may make this make sense. But again, the only evidence that we have about this is the fact that they refer to them only as them and they in this particular post, where they refer to other characters with she. So it's not like they're exclusively using they, them within this post. You can see when they refer to Agard, they say she, but when they refer to Alex, they say they. So some people have been asking about that, and the truth is that this could be a very reasonable thing. If she is reborn, it would make more sense for them to use potentially more gender neutral terminology, but I can't say for sure either way. The point of the matter is that she believes that science is more important than people. That's just the frank of it, right? Technology is more impactful, more valuable, more useful than individual people. That's her dark side, right? And so this is why I actually support her the most, because, you know, as a Capsuleer, not a Gallente Federation citizen, it's extremely interesting to me that she seems to be the most, like, the introduction of the most chaos to the situation. So, you know, she wants to revamp democracy. This is another interesting thing where, like, her dark thing at the end is like questioning the very foundations of the democracy itself, right? She's not anti-democracy. She actually wants more democratic process, but she's definitely speaking against representative democracy, the system of democracy that the Federation currently maintains. And she seems to be arguing more in favor of a true democracy where we don't have representatives, but that democracy is maintained through technology, right? We give up senators and we instead have advanced algorithms, instant communications, and you know, self-determination of the individual, right? So it's funny because she's the more anti-human of the two. She's very much, you know, closer to being 3 rogue drones in a trench coat than Lucas. But what's funny is that Lucas says that I'm here for you, the individual. I'm here to help take care of you. Also, your individual opinions don't actually matter. All that matters is the Federation's opinions. Whereas she says, you don't matter nearly as much as the technology that comes birthed from us. But from that technology, you should have a better voice. And so that's a very interesting, almost yin-yang-y sense to it. We're getting to Roden. Yes, but honestly, my biggest pitch for Moreau as just a person who plays this game, her idea of like developing understanding of what's going on to the rogue drones is very interesting to me. I want more insight into rogue drones. I want Alex to become elected because I think that she represents kind of the most interesting position of the 3 when it comes to future events. That's just my position. Of course, everybody's free to make their own choices. I'm just being very upfront about my bias. All right. So, final candidate, Roden. All right. Capsuleer influence election and presidential profile, Soryata Roden. With voting scheduled for the 17th of April, YC128. More evidence. Okay. I have this whole thing about the fact that this week's rollout was totally messed up, and it's kind of the reason why a lot of things happened. We're not going to talk about it right now. We're talking about the lore. That's really funny that this note says that it started on the 17th when it actually started on the 19th. I guess just put a pin on that. All right. With voting scheduled for the 17th of April, YC128, the road for the Gallente election is truly underway. Despite their varying differing stances, the three candidates are currently tied in the polls. While entrenching voting blocks are unlikely to budge, election analysis believe swing votes may be looking to the stars for guidance. Yeah, all of the rewards can be gotten from all of them, except for the final yachts. Capsuleers are expected to have an outsized influence on voters due to their past impact on key issues such as fighting road drone emergencies, the ongoing conflict with the Caldari, and strong stances on the autonomy of the Intaki Prime. New reports are coming in that road drone outbreaks resulting from the Aid Act have become spreading beyond Gallente borders. Now, new out-of-control road drone production sites, dubbed rampant fabricators, have been spotted across New Eden, and it'll be Capsuleers who were once again called upon to keep this threat under control. To try and gain their support, all three candidates have established new Capsuleer outreach centers in Dudixi. These outreach centers offer rewards in exchange for Capsuleer services. Due to anti-corruption laws, these sites are not allowed to discriminate between Capsuleers based on their political affiliation. However, there is no doubt that the candidates attempt to influence the Empyreans with significant resources being offered in exchange for Capsuleer's pro-Gallente efforts. Here to complete our presidential profile series and provide our readers insights to their final candidate interview is Scope's own Johanna Marcoso. Now, before we do that, I just want to jump into this and point out, so this is obviously the justification for the event. I was early on kind of humming and hawing about why we're allowed to influence the election at all. I was wondering whether or not there'd be some sort of crisis. It's kind of not really a crisis so much, but it is like, it's soft influence that they're like wishy, like they're hand waving this away to be like, hey, we are allowing players to decide the election. It is kind of weird that Capsuleers get to decide the election for a bunch of baseliners, but this is why, right? It's the idea like these the race is so neck and neck that what we do will influence people enough to actually sway the election is kind of the excuse. It is also like, this is not unheard of. The very first Gallente election that happened when the EVE Online was released also was in front of their idol. The woman who has walked into the stage is not a holoreal star, a musician, or a sports hero. It is presidential candidate Syliana Vel'ash. And the very sight of her face sends waves of euphoria through the crowd at her ecstatic supporters. It is. I wonder how much of that wave of euphoria is due to Quaif. All right. It is not a coincidence that I asked to meet Syliana Vel'ash for our first interview after this rally is complete, or that I am encouraged to attend the rally from inside the crowd. Vel'ash ships rocket by overhead, carpet bombing the crowd with campaign merchandise sponsored by Quaif. Skyscraper-sized holograms depict Syliana Vel'ash booting the Caldari State Sea into the upper atmosphere. It is a spectacle like no other, and there has been one just like it on a different planet 5 nights a week since Vel'ash's candidacy was announced. When we met backstage in her concert trailer, a refitted 1-kilometer-long Megathron-class battleship, I asked her about her personal history. Unlike the other candidates, Vel'ash does not have a background in public office, having worked instead at the ship manufacturing behemoth Vel'ash Shipyards since graduating from the Center of Advanced Studies. Daughter of the former President Jacques Vel'ash's estranged son, she has been a mentee of her grandfather since her youth. People think that I got to where I am purely by virtue of birth, she tells me. But believe me, my grandfather and cousin made sure that I worked twice as hard as everyone else. The cousin to whom Syliana refers to is CEO of Vel'ash Shipyards, Meloise Vel'ash. Meloise has always been an inspiration to me, but we have followed a different path. As head of Vel'ash's charitable foundation and liaison to the Senate, I've been proud to represent our values of personal liberty empowered by personal responsibility. Syliana Vel'ash may not have come from a political station, but she is indeed well known within the halls of power. Since her grandfather left the office in president in YC122, it has been Syliana who has represented her family's values when lobbying for political change. However, she states that, quote, I am not running to be president for my family or for their company. We are not Caldari, blind servants to the dictates of megacorps. We are proud Gallente, and I want to represent what is best for all of our people. According to Syliana, her grandfather Jacques originally tried to convince her not to run, but once he saw just how badly our Federation needed a strong hand to guide it, he understood my passion. Soraya Roden is running with the backing of the Progressive Party, the very same party her grandfather defeated in the YC112 election. I am aware of the irony, but my grandfather was not fighting against the party. He was fighting against a wave of overzealous government control. That's the same reason why I am running today, and this time the Progressive Party is excited to be on the right side of history. Agard lied to the Progressives, just as she lied to us all. Now they have embraced the reality that in order to protect the values that made our Federation strong, the government must listen to the wisdom of those who have excelled in the private sector. She discusses the problems that the Federation is facing. As she discusses the problems the Federation is facing, Roden becomes solemn. Freedom is our most important value, but we must also be responsible with how we use that freedom. Too often, federal authority can be abused in place collective welfare over the individual's right to be exceptional. Red tape strangles the very people we should be lifting up. Of course, our government can also be irresponsibly lax. Pragmatic controls are needed to ensure sane limits, and we should empower private companies to set those limits. And no, I don't just mean Roden here. Duval Laboratories has some of our greatest minds, and there's been a greater innovator has there been any greater innovator in the robotic space than Creodron? As a proud Gallente, I am inspired by all of their stories and believe that all such successful innovators deserve to be heard. When it comes to foreign policy, Roden's campaign has been heavy on aggressive military rhetoric. I am not ashamed of that, Roden says. Roden explains. Together we are the greatest power the cluster has ever seen. We should not be ashamed of that power, nor should we be hesitant to defend the prosperity that has guaranteed it. Vicious Caldari assaults in the past have hit at the very heart of our Federation. Should we allow that to happen again? Not on my watch. Roden is also clear that what this means for the controversial military buildup in Intaki. In these troubled times, our Federation needs security. That security benefits the people of Intaki as much, if not more, than everyone else. Intaki Prime is a beautiful place, and its people are treasured members of this Federation. I will do whatever it takes to protect them, especially from contrarians who like to benefit from the security our Federation brings, as long as it isn't situated on their doorstep. The Intaki deserve better than that. News in brief. SOCT scientists blame Drifter wormhole experimentations for changes in connected wormhole behaviors. Concord unveils new rogue analysis beacon to aid in the fight against rising rogue drone occurrences. Eating.com reports shift in abyssal energies inside Pochvin, resulting in quantum probability shifts. Pilots warned altered Pochvin abyssal energies may interfere with ship location information. Reports on Triglavian tactics within Pochvin suggest shifts in response to energy changes. Mimitar Republic announces increased incentives as they launch new military initiatives within Tabitzer. CEP Chairman Akimaka Saraki calls all Gallente presidential candidates troubling for cluster stability. Samatar Malatu Shakur wishes the Gallente people wisdom and caution in upcoming election. Empress Caddis I expresses willingness to continue trade with whomever serves as the next Gallente president. So that is this is today's New Eden News, which is the third of the different presidential profiles. And when we look at this one, again, we kind of see a story that's being told about them through kind of the context, right? So with the first one, we have, salt of the earth. It's just a bunch of people. It's just a normal day of like a bunch of miners working at a shop. They've got the vending machine, coffee, all that sort of stuff. Over here, we have this area that's like highly industrialized, but it's all drones, and people are being told to walk green lines for their own safety, et cetera, et cetera. Here, we have a rock star, right? Like she's the candidate's candidate. She is the voice of kind of old school Gallente supremacy ideology. She also really seems to be like, if you liked Celis Agard, but you just didn't like some of the things that she did, but you liked the stances that she had, then Roden is your person, right? She doesn't have a problem with any of the things that Agar did, except for the fact that she lied about it, right? And she also represents that progressive party. So that very semi-militant, like militant protecting the Federation strength, the steel beneath the velvet, that kind of vibe that we got from Celis Agard. She picks that up and runs with it, and continues that tradition. What I find fun, the quote from here that I see is this: the statement that really jumped out at me was this: Rodin ships rocket by overhead, carpet bombing the crowd with campaign merchandise sponsored by Quaife. Like even the celebratoriness of her involved like military terminal carpet bombing, right? 07, hey, and like the kicking of the Caldari Sea. Like the other two characters have almost nothing to say about the Caldari. She is the one that's like anti-Caldari, military force, etc., etc. She also, of course, is very much like, humans, AI, industry leaders, right? Who should get the priority? And, her argument is that the leaders of the industry are the ones that have been successful and therefore should be the ones that are making the most choices. So she's very pro-industry. The one dark side to this, if you look through all of this, she feels very, like, if given the wrong opportunity, she's very Ayn Rand, right? There's a very Atlas Shrugged vibe to some of this, when it's about individual excellence and the need for the Federation or the government to support what the industry is doing, but to get out of their way otherwise. That success is personal responsibility, and there's a very Ayn Rand vibe to some of the things that she's saying. So like I said, and whether or not that's good or bad, I'm not talking about like the realities of any of these kind of political ideologies. That's up to the reader to decide, or the watcher to decide. But I'm just saying, like, they are allowing to. No, I'm not going to do that. They are, each of them are kind of feeding, they have both kind of this very positive message, but this kind of darker message that underscores that. So here are your three candidates. Luckily for everybody, she definitely like an oligarchy kind of vibe to it, but maybe not, because again, like an oligarchy almost implies kind of a system of the Caldari state, right? Like, she clearly feels that there's a balance between the Federation and the actual like industry leaders, that the industry leaders should be able, like, they're something that the Federation should support. But she does push back at the idea because, remember, they have to differentiate themselves against the Caldari. So like a real oligarchy would look more like the Caldari state. She has the whole bit of had to work twice as hard, rings so hollow. Yes, she does like to like counter her nepotism rhetoric. It gets emphasized that she is an estranged. I think she's from the estranged side of the family. She had to work twice as hard. Whatever. She's part of the. She's not part of the business side of things. She's part of the. Where is it? What is the word I'm looking for? Lobbying for political change. The nonprofit. Charitable Foundation. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Yeah. So, she runs the Charitable Foundation. So it's kind of interesting because, like, in this one, in Lucas's, they're trying to be like, yes, he's military, and yes, he's a populist, but don't worry, he's not exactly Mussolini, right? He's not using his military service to suggest that being part of the military service is what makes his leadership good. He's like avoiding that trap. So he is a military veteran, but he mostly leans in on the fact that we need to focus on the people, the actual people. So very much that like humanist side of things instead. Yeah, not quite the other half. Whereas like she definitely has that other half of the vibe, right? Where it's again, I mean, I can't say it any other way besides it reminds me very much of Bioshock or Atlas Shrugged, etc. sort of kind of mentality of like the people who are being successful because they're the best. And so we need to recognize that and support that rather than just making sure that everybody gets by, because when you make sure that everybody gets by, it makes them weak. And that's a position that is also kind of parroted by Alex as well, right? Because like Lucas argues that, we need to provide help for these workers because everybody matters. And these other two kind of say, well, if we give people too much support, it will make them weak. With definitely Rodin, the one that has the stronger position in that regard. But yeah, so those are our three candidates. Those are everything basically that we know about them, because these are kind of three new characters that have come out. If you want to know more about all of the events that have led up to this, I have several other videos that have come out about the Gallente politics and the history of all of this, including the what led up to this impeachment and election. Let me know down in the comments below which one you're going to be voting for. I'm going to be supporting Alex. We all know that. But I hope this was useful to you in being able to decide a candidate for you to support in this election. Because like I said, the thing is that each of these are a very different mentality. And this reminds me very much of the Amarr Championship, right? During the last Amarr Championship, each of the noble houses, like there's a big tournament, the winner of the tournaments got to be the champions for each of the houses, and then the winner of the champions tournament got to select who was the empire, the emperor empress of the Amarr, which is how Caddis Tashmerkon became the new empress of Amarr. But like that could have gone any way, right? So back then, like each of those characters of the six, there is something interesting about like if they would have been elected, and Caddis Tashmerkon, it was very much the most politically and economic savvy of them all, and they were the ones that she was the one that had the most connections to outside groups, having made her fortune within the state. So when she became the empress over Jamil, that actually kind of toned down a lot of ways that the Amarr were behaving, because Caddis is a much more shrewd kind of politician as opposed to somebody who's kind of pumping up religious zealotry more than anything else like Jamil did. And so it was actually kind of a stabilizing force with the Amarrian politics, at least as far as they were concerned with other empires for the most part. But it really would have mattered which one got chosen. Khanid would have navigated these last 10 years very differently than Caddis Tashmerkon would. And now we have a much more direct control. We have these three different methodologies, these new ideas of what should define the Federation. The Federation should be defined by how well it supports its people, which may be seen as placating them, which is something the Gallente are known for, by the way. The Gallente are really, really known for in a brave new. If we're going to talk about like dystopian novels, if she is Atlas Shrugged or whatever, he is Brave New World, right? Let's get everybody happy. Let's get everybody augmented. Let's get everybody maybe drugged up if we need to, but let's keep them happy, so that way we have this population that maybe we could use as a human shield. Right, which is a very Gallente way of doing things, and like I said, he has like this higher level Gallente mentality where it's like, yes, we want people to be part of the Gallente, but by doing so, you kind of give up a little bit about who you are because of the will of the collective. In her case, I don't know if I can think of like the direct sci-fi dystopia she plays to more, just because it's so dangerous. Like we don't know exactly where Alex can go, but that's probably that's the reason why I'm most excited about it. She's excited about her. Like she represents to me like the most opportunity for revelation about the mysteries of the game. Minority Report, maybe. Matrix, I don't know. Again, I think that her thing is literally just 3 rogue drones in a trench coat. And then the final one, of course, like I said, she is very much the Gallente. You know, and it is worth noting, like, he is Yin Mei, she is Intaki, and he or she is native Gallente. And so this does represent kind of the 3 different sub races within the Federation and how they're different, you know. I think the Sleepers Drifters are more Matrix. Well, yes, obviously. But I'm saying, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think. Like, I don't know what the direct comparison to Alex is, besides every cautionary tale of rampant AI development in the history of ever. Yeah. All right. Well, let me know what you guys think. If you guys are watching live, stick to it. If you're watching this edited, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe before you head out. But either way, I do want to give a shout out to my top tier supporters and really anybody who does like, comment, and subscribe. You guys are all amazing. Share this with a friend, especially this because people need help figuring out which ones to vote for. So this is hopefully going to give you everything that you need to know to make a at least informed decision as to who you're going to support during the election. Again, the rewards don't matter. You can support any one of the 3 and get all of the rewards. The only exception is that final yacht reward, which of course can still be bought on the market or whatever. But all the Skinner components, all of the Plex, all of the LP, everything that you get, or not LP, but, you know, everything you get, and the tokens to buy stuff, you can get it regardless of who you support. So this is simply a decision of who you want to see be the new president of the Federation. But we're going to be covering this a lot more in the future. So make sure to subscribe to the video, to the stream for the channel for more. And I do want to give thanks to everybody who goes that extra mile to support the channel by becoming a member or a patron or buying or picking up some merch. I've got things like this mug and t-shirts and such that's available down below. But, you know, just $1 a month as a member, you get access to edited videos early, you get emotes, and you get to become part of the supporter chat in Discord, and you get to vote on what content I'm going to do each week when we don't have big news to discuss. So all that said, I do want to give a special shout out to my Immortal tier supporters: 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Evo Elite, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, Grims, May, Malak, Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mayak, Michael, Nihilum, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, Thrans, and Rid. Thank you guys so much. We are staying live, guys. We're not even close to being done. Don't leave yet. But if you're watching this edited, we're probably about wrapping it up. So with all that said, I've been Ashrathi, the voice of New Eden, and I'll see you in space. Whee! Does anybody even remember why I do this? That's an old school thing. This is to indicate that to the live audience that we're not quite done yet. At any rate, okay. So that is it for like my formal presentation today. It is now time to figure out what the hell's going on. All right. There's a few things I want to test today. The big thing, jeez, there's been nonstop tie-dye in Dodixie today, which is pretty fun. Security missions in tie-dye. Oh no! All right. So, yeah. Rogue drones. It turns out rogue drones are friends. I don't know, man. I want Alex to stay in the universe, like as like a major character, because I think that she's just the most interesting one of the 3. We're gonna do. Oh, you did faction warfare missions for Galmel. So what we're gonna do. Uh-oh. What do you want? I'm alive. I do not support Tenzin. Nope, I am with Alex. Did you see the Rogue Drone generic loot drop? Yeah, they're just doodads that can be turned in, right? Are you talking about the binary? I don't even know how to start. That's what we're going to do today. This is what we're going to do today. She'll stay in the universe until she gets eaten by the fish. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so the binary reads, I was a spark that became a conflagration, but all I ever wanted to be was, and it stops. I've looked up that exact text, and I see that there is no direct correspondence. The closest thing I can find is a quote, a Latin quote from Quintus Curtius Rufus, which goes, "A spark neglected has often raised a conflagration." I don't know if this is a direct reference, but it's the closest thing that my quick Google searching on that text finds me. Maybe somebody will find some translated poetry, because like the last time there was there, I don't know. It just says, "But all I ever wanted to be was," and it stops. There's not even like a ... It just cuts off at that point. The previous time we got Roadrone stuff, they were quoting stuff from a Slavic poem, or not poem, play about Roadrones. Hey, what's up, Container? So if that goes anywhere, I don't know. It seems like just another little doodad text about Roadrones. Which candidate policies would be the worst? I mean, depends on what you mean by worst. I still think Alex would be far, like, if I was a member of the Gallente people, I would probably vote for Lucas. As a person that plays the game, and as a capsuleer who probably should not be allowed to influence the Gallente election, I would vote for Alex. Like, both Ashtarothi, the character in the universe, and me, the person playing the game, are interested in Alex for incredibly selfish reasons. If I was actually like a baseliner in the Federation, yeah, for sure, Lucas would be the better vote. But I don't live for the Federation. I live for me. Are the officer mods good? Yes. Looks like they're on average like roughly about 10% better than the T2. We went over that earlier in the stream. Okay. So we can see here that I'm in an Imicus right now. Or not Imicus, but I'm in a Helios, which is kind of cool because I get this Gallente election fervor. So I get a bonus to armor repair, tracking speed, and warp speed. Yeah, the probe launcher is probably going to be the best one of the three for sure. I'd say probe launcher, nano, missile disruptor. Just because missile disruptor is so limited, it's only missiles. Like, I was actually, when I saw the weapon disruptor, I was like, oh, they're going to make a weapon disruptor that does both tracking and missiles. That's going to be extraordinarily powerful. And then they didn't, so I don't really know what their thought is with that, to be honest. Okay, so what we're going to do is let's talk a little bit about faction warfare, right? I've done faction warfare guides before, but we're not actually going to talk about faction warfare in the terms of like, we don't care about the high level game. We don't care about Warzone control. We don't really care about the LP, right? We are doing this. You are a person who has never done faction warfare before. You might not understand how faction warfare works, but you see that faction warfare is one of the tasks that you can do for doing stuff, and Ash suggests that maybe that's an easy one. So we're going to look at this from the world of somebody who may not ever do faction warfare before. I'm going to teach you everything that you need in order to be able to get into faction warfare, go and be successful, and most importantly, complete these tasks, okay? So first and foremost, what is faction warfare? Faction warfare is the fight between the different empires that we can participate in. If you go into your Neocom and go to activities down to faction warfare, you can pull up the faction warfare map. You'll want to be on the Caldari Gallente side. And we'll see here that it is, each of these systems that have color around it, these are the faction warfare systems. These are in low-sec. All of the faction warfare sites are in low-sec. And they kind of have three different colors. The systems that are adjacent to an enemy system are known as a frontline. One jump away from a frontline would be a command post or command operation center. And two jumps from a frontline would be a rear guard. Now, under normal conditions, we like the front lines. The front lines give us additional sites and additional rewards for running sites, whereas rear guards give very little reward for sites. There is, interestingly enough, data sites that you can pick up that are faction warfare specific that only show up in the rear guards, which might be interesting to look at for the purposes of this event, but I'm not sure. But the interesting thing is, I don't think it matters where you do the sites in order to run the in order to get rewards. So we're going to test doing sites in multiple different places. Do you think Gallente adjacent mission corps like Ore and SOE will work for the track? No. Wait. Well, it depends. If you're doing combat missions, yes. As long as you're doing security missions in Gallente space, that counts. It doesn't have to be for a Gallente corporation. It just has to be in that space. Okay, so faction warfare is divided into multiple plexes, right? Like, so basically the way faction warfare works is that there are these different sites that spawn. We can actually go into the agency and go to action encounters, factional warfare, faction warfare systems, and we can see these different systems. And we can see that we have a bunch of these different sites within the system, and we can see that there's Scout, medium, large, there's also small, and there is another one called Open. And so the reason why this is important, and there's also Navy and Advanced, and there's a number after them. So the way this works is the first word represents how big of a ship is allowed in. The second word determines what kind of ship is allowed in, okay? So a Scout only allows frigates. A small will allow destroyers and down, mediums will allow cruisers and down, large will allow battleships and down, and then opens, actually anything can warp to them because there's no gate to restrict what's inside. And then the Navy suggests that only base T1 ships and the Navy equivalent, so like Navy issue ships for the empires, are the only thing that can get into those sites. So it doesn't matter how big the site is. If it's a Navy, you can't get any T2 in, and you can get no pirate ships in, okay? That includes non-pirate ships like SOCT or whatever, right? So for instance, this Scout is frigate T1 frigates and faction, you know, Empire faction frigates only. Whereas this medium advanced one is cruisers, T1, T2, and pirate, and below. All of it can get into that one, right? So those are the differences. Now, each of these sites, the way they work is once you get to them, you have to go in, and there are rats from both sides. You have to kill the opponent rats and help your own allied rats in order to clear the enemy rats from the site, and then a timer will tick down. It's a king of the hill site. The smaller the site, the shorter the timer. So Scouts have a 10-minute timer all the way up to, I think, mediums and above, I think it's like 30, 25, I don't know, we'll see. 20 minutes, I think. And there's, you know, more rewards for people for the larger tier sites, obviously. Now, these also affect the Warzone control, but we don't care about that today. We just want to run these sites. So what that means is that, like, in order to be able to do any of the sites, we need to have a frigate. But it's really hard to get a frigate that can actually break the rats in like a large or a medium, right? So I find that the best happy space when it comes to being able to run the most number of sites is actually a destroyer. Because a destroyer can run smalls, and a destroyer can easily be made, if you want to do enough damage to be able to break even the large complexes. So the only thing that you lose out on are Scouts, but you can absolutely just go for a frigate if you want. So the key here is that we're not trying to do something expensive. We're just trying to do something easy. So I'm going to dock up in the Dodixie Trade Hub. Lore-wise, is there a Navy transponder which spoofs ship IDs? Technically, other ships could be allowed into the sites, but only with a spoof transponder, lore-wise? I mean, possibly. Sure. Is there a way for characters that have crap standings with Gallente to complete this? Yes. Well, first of all, you can do all of the other tasks and be fine. For faction warfare, it is true that to join faction warfare as a direct enlistment, like there's two different ways of joining faction warfare. You can either do so by joining a faction warfare corporation or alliance. If the corporation or alliance is in faction warfare, and you join it, you just are in faction warfare, no questions asked. The other way to do it, even if you're in a corporation that is not in faction warfare, as long as that corporation allows direct enlistment, which the CEOs get to decide who can be direct, which factions their members can direct enlistment into. But assuming that your corporation allows you to do direct enlistment, you as an individual can enlist. However, you need to have at least 0.0 unmodified standings with the Gallente Federation. So if you go into your standings here, if you go to interactions and go to factions, Gallente Federation, if you hover over the number that's here, or the question mark, you will see base standings. Like my base standings here is 5.62 because I spent way too much time in the militia. So I can just join Gallente militia freely, right? But if I go down to Caldari, I can see that my standings with the Caldari are actually negative 0.11 with a base standings of negative 2.63, which means that if this was all, if we were in like reverse world and we were doing Caldari faction warfare, I actually am not allowed to direct enlistment into the militia because of this. Now, there are ways of fixing this. That is beyond the scope of this conversation. Just realize that you do need to have your faction standings at least to 0-0 in order to join the militia. We are not joining the militia yet, though, because once you've joined the militia, you are a war target for anybody who's part of the enemy militia, and I want to do that when we get a little bit closer to the war zone. So, what I do want to do is get my ship to get ready to go. So the first thing I'm going to do before I do anything spooky or dangerous is I'm going to go to my character, go to my augmentations, and make sure I don't have anything crazy going on in my implants. Always a good first step before you do anything crazy. And now I'm going to go to my fitting window. And if you go to the fitting windows, holes and fits, and you search for community fittings, you can actually just search for the word faction warfare, and you'll find a whole bunch of really nice suggested fits for every different race, for all different kinds of size categories. So we've got the Algos, the Catalyst Navy issue. You've got cruisers for all of the different races. These are really good fits to just get started with. Now remember, we do get a bonus for being in a Gallente ship in Gallente space. So obviously we're going to pick a Gallente ship. And like I said, I like destroyers the most. So I'm going to go for now with this iBeast Faction Warfare PvP Algos, right? It does use projectiles, which is kind of funny, but we're just going to use this just to jump into it, right? So I'm going to fit the ship. It pops this up. I hit buy all and buy all. It should pull up everything I need. I mean, buying everything in Dodixie is going to be a little bit more expensive, especially with the high amount of interest that's currently going on. But it's okay. This is a 31 million-ish ship. A little bit spendy for what I want, but you can make your own options if you want. The bonuses for rep about. Oh yeah, you're right. Wait, hold on. This ship doesn't actually use those bonuses, so I actually don't want to use this ship. I'm actually going to use my version of the Algos. I've talked about this in other ones before. This is my favorite Algos ship for faction warfare. The Nephthys. The Anubis fit is designed for damage first. The Nephthys is more for control. You have the 3 newts. And we do have that ancillary armor repper, which is going to be buffed by the system effects. So we're going to grab this one instead. What happens if we buy all on this? Caldari-controlled systems in Gallente regions is not Gal space, so it matters who currently owns it, not who originally owned it. The Nephthys also works for level 1 faction warfare missions. Excellent. Okay, great. So this one's actually cheaper, so you should definitely use mine instead. Oh no! Come on. Here we go. And fit the ship. Due to time dilation, the multi-fit process cannot be started. Oh no! Wait, what? That's madness. Okay, well, that's funny. I didn't know that. That's a mechanic I've never heard of before. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll just grab that algos. That's so funny. Doesn't matter. I already have one. We're going to do this cooking show style. I already have it made. Fine, whatever. It's fine. And we're going to, that's good. We have the good emblems on. Great. Awesome. Great. So what we're going to do, Old Man Star is probably going to be spooky because of it's one of the track points. So let's go. Should we go to Intaki? Let's go to Intaki. No, I don't want to do that. I want to go to Messy Beer. Suge wasn't too bad. Where do we find the combat sites? You mean the new special road drone sites? They're going to be in Lowsec, Wormhole Space, and Pochfin. But they have to be scanned down. How full is Doty right now? 360 people, with tie-dye sitting at about 60%. So now I've got my ship. Now it is good to get multiple copies of your ships or multiple options and kind of position them in spot. So that way you can reship if in the event that you get a fight and you lose. But the other thing is that you actually can basically pick and choose your fights when you're in faction warfare. So as long as you know what you're doing and you are squirrely about it, you can pretty much ensure that you don't get killed. Yes. So the high-sec stuff is the scanning sites, the mining, missions, and home fronts. Yeah, probably should have reinforced the node. That is true. Also, let us turn on my audio. Yep, doing well. Somebody was already saying like just knocking out level 1 missions is a highly effective way of doing it. They don't even need to be level 4 missions. You can just like blitz level 1 missions. I got a few jumps. Hopefully I don't get killed by eating calm. And then tomorrow we're going to spend some time really digging into the major update and all of my thoughts and opinions about that, because boy, do I have thoughts and opinions about that. But I knew that today people really want to jump into the event. That's the thing. And I wanted to be able to give you guys all of the answers that you need so that way you can effectively jump into the event as soon as possible. The biggest thing is, like, no joke, you got to log in every single day to get the good stuff. Synesis nerf, Princess Aiko happy. Princess Aiko got happy because of that? I'm very sad about the Synesis nerf. Like, again, I have thoughts. I'm going through I'm actively going through the stages of grief. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I think that people are going to move to other sub 2 second. Like, this isn't the death of sub 2 second alignment ships, so. Yes, well, no, the big SP payout is on day 22, but there is an extra 10,000 skill points. There is an extra 10,000 skill points on the alpha track on day 27. That's why I was saying, like, I mean, it is only 10,000 skill points. It's only like 1 week of login rewards worth of skill points, but it's definitely, it's there. Yes, and there is an cerebral accelerator on day 28, which is also technically skill points. Okay, so I think there's a station in where I'm going, right? Hold on. I can go to Marathon, show info. Here's Marathon. It does have stations, and it's a Federation station. Excellent. So in order to be able to join the militia, you have to dock in a station that is owned by the empire of that militia, right? So we're actually going to go all the way into the war zone, and we're going to this system. And we can see that this area is actually all rear guard, which is going to be kind of what we're testing for. Because my idea is, I think you're just going to be able to get credit for it even if it's in a rear guard. So that's going to be an important piece to this. We are fine. We're going to dock in this station here. I'm also going to switch over. I need to open up Peld and switch to this view. That way you guys can see my overview better and everything else going on. So I've got my ship. Like I said, my current ship costs, what, 20 million? But you really could do it with all kinds of cheap. You could do it with a frigate if you want to. I chose to do a destroyer. I choose to do this fit. Pretty much any PvP capable frigate or destroyer works for faction warfare. There's all of those good examples in the fitting under community fitting that you can use for all the different races. But remember, you get the bonuses for Gallente, so you might as well be Gallente. Hull Nutrition's also great. Either way. So now that we are docked up, we can open up the faction warfare window and we can go open faction selection, Empire, Gallente, enlist me. Now you can enlist at any time and you can unenlist at any time. Once you've unenlisted, you have to wait 24 hours to re-enlist with any group again. But you have to be docked up in a Gallente station in order to enlist. So now that I'm here, I have more than 0 standings. I can hit join the militia. Now again, if I didn't have the standings, I could always join a militia corporation, like a corporation or alliance that happens to be in faction warfare in the Gallente militia. And then I get, then you can be in the militia regardless of what standings you have. But remember that militia is now also a really good way of gaining standings. But all right, so now I am in the militia, right? Yes. Sorry, it doesn't give me the timer up here. So I can undock, and now I'm like, I should be in the militia. I should be able to run sites and everything. So again, I don't really care about Warzone control or any of that kind of stuff. I just care about being able to run the site. So the fact that this is a rear guard doesn't matter to me. The fact that all of the sites that are available are cruiser and above and advanced does make me a little squirrely, though. So let's go ahead and see if there's any other sites nearby that might be, you know, equally ignored. Because there are 2 people in local with me. It'd be really funny if the very first thing I did was run into a medium advanced one and ended up hitting a fucking curse. First thing, that'd be pretty fun. Remember, recons cannot show up on D-scan, so any medium or large advanced plexes can have recon ships in them. And given the fact that I can't see anybody in local, kind of means I don't know whether or not there's a dude in the site, since the site is, well, the large is already open, the medium isn't, but also they could just show up at any time. So just to be a little bit safe, I'm going to go to a system that has nobody in it and has sites. So we're going to go to this small. You want to warp to sites at range. We do have the bonus when we're in the system. I just passed by 15 shuttle wrecks when smart bombing while doing the tour. Guys, the tour is going to be super fucking dangerous. I don't know, like, do not think that, like, just assume that there's going to be a lot of hostility along the whole route. Because of course there is. Of course there is. We're going to go inside. There is somebody in local with me, so it's worth keeping an eye on that. So now I'm inside, and you can see that there are rats of both factions. I need to kill the red rats and not kill the blue rats. We've got 2 hammerheads and a hobgoblin. I don't know what was going on with the drones in my cargo bay, but here we go. This is honestly one of the reasons why I kind of like the Algos low-key. Like, I do like, so the Algos gives me 2 advantages as a plexer. It does, like, there's a reason why all the multi-boxers like it too. You know, it is nice that, like, if the rats did aggro me, my drones would automatically start firing at them. Now, when they change this so that way there's rats of both sides now, that happens a lot less. So you can see my drones are not automatically attacking. But the other nice thing is it doesn't take any ammo to use your drones, so I can just send my drones and get some kills, or, you know, kill them and stuff. Now, when you're in these sites, you do want to make sure to loot the wrecks, because they can have tags that can be pretty valuable. And the value of the tag, we have to pay attention to, like, which rats have which tags, because it's not like the larger rats have better value. It's kind of weird, and it's sort of specific to each Empire faction warfare to determine which tags end up being the one that people value the most. Oh, I don't even have anybody else in local with me. So once I kill this rat, you can see that this timer begins 9 minutes and 57 seconds on a small. So in 10 minutes, this site will complete and I will get the reward, unless somebody shows up to disrupt it from the Caldari militia. Now, it isn't going to be exactly 10 minutes, because several times during this event, we're going to get more rats to warp in, and I have to kill those rats too, which is why it's not just enough to be able to kill the rats. You also want to be able to kill them as quickly as possible, so that way you can get that timer spinning again. Also, I need to stop descanning. Well, I don't need to stop descanning, but I don't need to descan as my local is empty. So here we are, just sitting in the Plex, doing this thing. I could be a brand new pilot. I could be a day 1 pilot. I could be an alpha pilot. I could be basically in an Atron if I wanted to be. Just sitting here waiting for this timer to come down. So what that means is that, let's assume that you add a little bit of extra time for killing the rats and stuff. That means every 25 minutes or so, let's call it, every 25 minutes, maybe 30, you will get 2 sites completed, and it'll complete. Now, it does scale up once. We'll see, like, how this whole track does. I think we'll probably go. I would like to see if we can go all the way to when the track gets to repeatable today. Yeah, just faction warfare plexing. You just have to do it for the Gallente. is one dude. So this one guy is in local with me, but he is not in the militia. He's not in the militia. I can tell that here. So that means that I really actually don't need to worry about him. I technically don't even need to keep track of D-scan, because in order for him to come into this site, he would get himself a suspect flag. So I would see that suspect flag activate if he's coming in. So there you go. Yeah, there's all the different ways of doing the event track, or there is what's called the campaign trail, which the campaign trail was the old Gallente Grand Prix. So basically it sends you to all these different points in space and like points of interest. Most of them are in dangerous areas of space, and they reward pretty good value. I do know that like finishing that entire track is one of the ways to get the presidential tokens, which is something I didn't really talk about much, which is that there's two different kinds of tokens. There's the base loyalty one, which is how you get like the Skinner components and the other doodads and stuff from the event. But then there's the big stuff. The officer mods come from the presidential tokens, which I don't know all of the ways to get those yet. From my understanding, completing the race is like a way to get one of them. And I think you need 4 of them total for the officer mods. These are also things that can be sold on the market. So you could theoretically buy them on the market in order to get the officer mods yourself. Bro, you should get an alt in here. Yeah, I should. If anybody wants to come in here and we can test that, we can test that. I'm going to be here, obviously, for probably at least another hour. Yeah, my problem is that trying to run 2 clients, high enough quality to be interesting for you guys while streaming it. I'd rather, if somebody's interested in coming and testing it, absolutely. Hey, look, there's a war target. My question is, am I going to be stream sniped? Like, who else is going to come here and fight my Plex? Like, it's not going to be any, like, normal militia guy. It's not worth anything to the Caldari militia. So if somebody shows up to actually fight me in my Plex, we're just going to call him a hater. There he is, a Corax. But not at 1. Not at 5. Not at 10. Okay, he's off. Yeah, I would be shocked if somebody, I mean, like, maybe at some point, yeah, I'd probably kill a Corax. Hey, oh god. Well, there's Rix. Rix Javix, baby. That's... And he's already criminal. I don't know. Behind him is usually a fleet. Oh, he's in a capsule. His capsule's name is a swear word. Rix Javix, great dude. I don't know if you know him yet. One of the big propagandists of EVE Online. Very cool dude. Come get LP from the open. Oh. There's somebody talking in militia chat. That sounds like a trap. Rick's giving me a salute. Hold on. Yeah, the mining thing is definitely going to be not overly efficient, but if you're already just going to be sitting there grinding, mining all day in high sec anyways, then it's a way to complete the track. Oh, there's nobody in local right now. What am I doing? Also, I've noticed that none of the rats so far have dropped anything. The wrecks have been empty. Yes, so I am honestly curious about the home front thing too. One of the things that we might end up doing if we get done with this fast enough, which I don't know if what that even looks like, but let's assume that we do. One of the other things I want to test out is just grab like a venture or prospect, or no, whatever the destroyer, and go into like the mining home front. Oh yeah, that's right, because we can't go into one that already has somebody because I'm going to be suspect and they'll just kill me, potentially. But I bet if we got like 10 people, hold on, actually, let's see. Hey, what happens if you overload a home front? Do you still get credit? Hold on. For the task? Could we throw 20 people into a mining home front? I'm asking in the Homefront operations channel. Hopefully they'll know. There is a heron. Herons are not overly spoopy. Oh, right! Rick's just came out with a new video. Should I show that out offline on the stream? Hold on. I don't know. It might get copyrighted. I already might get copyrighted for the earlier video. All right. Well, I have Rick Javik's permission to show this one, so we'll do this. It'll spend the time, and it'll also show off how awesome Rick's is. So let's go ahead and set this up so we can do this. Oh, also the frigate free-for-all is April 11th. So that's coming up, guys. So if you didn't know that, the frigate free-for-all is one of the biggest PvP events for people to just go and you basically get free ships, and it's just this massive fight that's worth getting into. So go ahead and make sure that is on your calendar. April 11th is the frigate free-for-all. All right, let me pull up that video.
The crowd.
Shut up. Add. Okay. Here we go. Let's make sure I'm not about to die. There is a slasher. I'd eat a slasher. He's also off long. I've got 1 minute. We got 1 minute and 30 seconds. So we're going to finish this Plex, get to the next Plex, and then watch some Dumb Ways to Die video, because it's more than 1.5 minutes long. Just getting here. What's the best way to farm these Iskies? Well, best way, there's lots of different ways to do it, honestly. There's a couple of cheesy ways of doing it. We're trying out doing it through faction warfare, because we are actually in a rear guard, which is normally a highly ignored system in the faction warfare thing. But I think we can just run the plexes here and get credit for it. Also, home fronts are going to be a good way to do it. Although I think home fronts, you might get stepped on by other people also trying to do the home fronts, so watch out for that. But also, I would say my guess of which one is the most efficient way of getting it, if you just want to complete the track as fast as possible and make points as fast as possible, I have a strong suspicion that just blitzing the hell out of level 1 missions is going to be the answer. Every 3 or so missions that you complete, you're going to get track points. And from my understanding, that's just an incredibly efficient way of doing it. The hacking sites, somebody said, was pretty good too, but you have to find those. As far as just like grind it out is going to be just run level 1 missions. Asteroid belts and high sec are shredded. Oh yeah, yeah. There's every ounce of scordite in Gallente space. While hold on. So that notification told me that I didn't get any results. Hold on. Oh shit! Hold on. Drones in. Okay, yeah, they're not coming in. Okay, so I finished the site. I got no loyalty points. You have secured our facility in Melmanil. However, because the system is not contested by the enemy, oh god, not only is it uncontested, it's also stable. Like it's owned and stable. So yeah, I would have gotten 0 loyalty points normally, and I did get 0 loyalty points here. But, and this is what's important, I got progress in my task. So we have confirmed that you can do this by just going into plexes in rearguard systems where no one's really paying attention and the Caldari militia guys certainly barely care about. And you can run the sites there and get credit. So this was in 10 minutes or so. We got this one. We're going to go to this other small and see if I get attacked there. No, you have to work. Wait. Okay, we can try that. We can test that next. Or we can also test that today. Probably. Whether or not let's look. This says capture and defend 2 faction warfare complexes for the Gallente. I actually don't know whether I should read that as the other sites will work too. I suspect that they won't, just because CCP is really bad at making the pirate sites count in general, but maybe they did. You forgot to accept the mission. Oh no. That burns. Mining drones don't work, some rip boosters. Oh, your mining drones don't count towards mining? Is that what you're saying? I got you. So like your Orca pilot gets 0 credit? That's not wonderful. Hopefully they can fix that. But maybe. All right, while we set this up, or while we're waiting in this plex, I don't see anything too spoopy. So we're going to put on the video. It is kind of sad, yeah. So this video is Rix Javix, who we just saw on local. He made a video in conjunction with oh no, what's her name? She's even like a friend of mine, and I can't remember her name right now. I'm so bad with names. Anywho, they made a video for Eve Dumb Ways to Die a few years ago, and he's remade it, I think. Sindel Pelion, that's her name. So 12 years ago. So, oh my god, I'm so old. Sindel Pelion and I released Dumb Ways to Die for the universe of EVE Online. Somehow that little hand-drawn experiment went up to rack over 1 million views and become one of the most recognized EVE parody videos ever made. Now it's time to do it again. So here we go. EVE Dumb Ways to Die 2. Just put out today. I will link it in chat. Oh, hold on.
Open fire in Luminaire, warp 20, gate camp prayer, autopilot through low-sec gates, use your battleship as bait, invite an AWACSer to your car, forget to align when the FC warps, teach yourself the hard way why you don't jump capitals to say hi, laugh it off, say all good fine, kill mail loads, maybe I should mind, dumb ways to die, so many dumb ways to die, smile as your wreck goes by, so many dumb ways to die. Undock with the red fleet at your door, disconnect the 10% tie, die or more, turn your cove-ops cloak off mad, in wormhole space what could go bad, ride alone in a quiet space, probably safe you say with faith, scan hits once, probes nearby, saving your ship is now a race, dumb ways to die, so many dumb ways to die, every pilot thinks they're fine, so many dumb ways to die, go FK just to go pool, post too often on Discord, leave your blues off overview, if I shoot him what will Concord do? Fit small guns on a larger hull, think you can solo down in null, edge of the arena feeling brave, gated 02 fleets wave, dumb ways to die, New Eden lullabies, every loss is something learned, every wreck is a lesson earned, dumb ways to die, so many dumb ways to die, they don't all rhyme but they're still probably the dumbest ways to die, to die. Like knowing good fighting local, let's do it again, dumb ways to die, so many dumb ways to die, every pilot thinks they're fine, so many dumb ways to die, dumb ways to die, so many dumb ways to die, they don't all rhyme but they're still probably the dumbest ways to die.
Wow. Wow, that is so good. I wonder like what happened. I like that is all, so that's all like I don't know actually who. Let's see. Dumb Ways to Die 2026. Man, there's so many core scanner probes out right now because everybody's trying to look for the sites. The original was written by Rix and Sindel Pelion. Yeah, they basically reused the lyrics but redid the entire, I don't know, vibe style of the song. Special thanks to Liz for Infinite Patience. Created by hand by, but who did the vocals? Interesting. I wonder. Whose voice that is? That doesn't sound like it's Rick Javix singing. I don't know who he got to do the singing. It is so fun. This is a very well done, like taking the very core, like the what made that first video so fun, but then like redoing it as its own. Because the original one was a parody, right? It was there was another video or song that was made, "Dumb Ways to Die," and then Rix and Sindel basically made a parody of it using the same like music and stuff. I wonder if like because it was so successful, I wonder if it had copyright issues because of the fact that it basically sounded the same. I've had problems with that when it comes to Eve parody songs. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. He's such a creative person. I don't know. But the point is that this redo of it, like all of the art and everything is done by him. This is a very awesome and fun. I don't think it's AI because you would need to like that actually is something you have to report in YouTube, and there's nothing that says that in here. So I assume. Oh, Brian Ward. Okay, I think that maybe Brian Ward. I don't know whose singing this is, but that's cool. I would not dare accuse Rick Javix of doing AI stuff unless he specifically says so. He's an artist. But there is the song again in the chat. I'll try to remember to put it in the description too. Actually, hold on. Have you listened to Only as a Marquee Dragon music? No. New Moon Mining Fleet song? Oh yeah, the Dumb Ways to Die one? Yeah. His is all AI. Wow. I mean, look, the AI situation is complicated. We talked about that. Actually, if you go back, I did actually just come out with a really, like the edited video of our discussion about vibe coding. So if you're interested about what might have actually gone wrong when it came to the icon changes, it's not what you necessarily think. I don't think that CCP is necessarily at fault for the icon changes, or the icon bug, but the fact that the bug happened reveals a little bit about the way that the industry is going. And we talk a little bit about the pros and cons of AI development and how it's interacting with us and leading to kind of a certain kind of enshittification of the internet. All of that's in my video that I posted yesterday. Please go check it out and like it so that way it gets shared around. Because, of course, putting a giant thumbnail of an AI that's clearly AI art has a tendency to draw a lot of negative attention, even without any evaluation of the content itself. So it'd be helpful. I think it's fitting for the video, but if you'd be willing to go back and watch that and get a better understanding about from a person who's been from the software development world, what I have to say about the rise of vibe coding and AI development and what it has to do with the bugs that we've been running into. Oh, Brian Ward is Rick Javix. You're right. Yeah, I don't know. You're right. Brian Ward / Rick Javix. They're saying it's the same person. My bad. Well, I sent him a message. He hasn't responded yet, but oh well. Another wave of rats. Oh, we do have a wreck. We can go check out some of these wrecks with loot to see if there's anything good in them. $44,000. So yeah, the smalls are not going to be a huge amount of value in the loot. There's a worm. A worm could be spoopy, but I think, I don't know, man. I'd be willing to fight a worm potentially, just because of my bonuses. What if it is AI? I mean, arguably it's a force multiplier, and it's a high quality work either way. I'm unwilling to assume that he did, just because I know he's a very proud artist. So. Not enough standings to join the faction warfare? Oh no! That's pretty funny. Yep. Eve Dumb Ways to Die 2 is out. It's really good. Yeah, I'll be clear. Even if he did use an AI singer, I don't care about that. I think that that's actually the perfect use of it, because it's like, here's all the text and all the stuff. It's just to get somebody who can sing. Because, you know, there's a lot of people that may have something interesting to make, but if they can't like sing as well, then or if they're not as confident in their singing, it's like, why is there that a barrier to entry for them to be able to make their art? I can agree with that. And actually, yeah, people using AI voice to like do YouTube videos and stuff, I actually don't mind that at all. Honestly, it can sometimes be a little bit better than somebody who's trying to do the voice themselves in some cases. Same argument can be made for drawings and paintings. I mean, possibly, yeah. I mean, like, it really depends on how much work goes into the prompting at that point. But I don't know. It reminds me of what's his name? Bo Burnham, who like says at the beginning of his song, he's like, I can't really sing or play music very well. Sorry. And obviously he's an amazing singer, and he does really good in that particular song. There's a certain amount of irony to it. But like, if you pay attention to Bo Burnham throughout the years, he actually does authentically not believe that he's a good singer. Like, he had to get over the fact that he does not think that he's a high quality singer in order to be able to perform the way he does. Yep, here we go. Claim the reward. So even though I don't get any LP for the site, I just got track points. I got 50 track points, which gives me the booster carry. And what's interesting to me now is, okay, so what does it take now? I need 2 more faction warfare complexes for the Gallente. But this time I get more points. I get more political favor, right? Because I got, where did my political favor go? Okay, so political favor ends up in your redeemed window. And it lasts for, is that 180 some odd days or whatever? So obviously longer than the event. So this was 10. So my next 2 plexes will give me 15 and 75 points instead of the 15. So that's cool. Now let's see. Where is, as someone who enjoys AI music but hates AI writing and fiction, the world is more blurry every day. Yeah, it's true. And it's going to continue to be, because like, whatever you hate about it now is only going to get like, is the piece that gets worked on for the next iteration, right? So we have all these are pretty far away. I think this is the closest one to me. My main issue with AI stuff is when it's just slop. Yeah. But yeah, the issue is complicated. I think the worst thing is the people that make content that the AI was trained off of, and now their stuff gets looked at and people say like, oh, AI, even though they really did do it. You know, as a person that's worked in Blender, I'm particularly sensitive to this because like that happens a lot where I'll see things that people are like, oh, this is AI slop, when I know it's like, no, it's not AI, it's just CGI. Like it's somebody doing a trick in Blender or whatever. Like the real losers in this are the people that make real stuff themselves that then gets dismissed as AI one way or another. But ultimately, just calling it slop is also, I don't know, a very reductionist viewpoint. It has potential value for sure. We talked about that. Like I said, I talk about that a lot in my other video where I talk about like getting things 95% of the way there versus that last 5%. Which, by the way, fun fact to follow up to that. You know, I have that thumbnail. My thumbnail for yesterday's video is made in AI. Obviously, like it's like I wasn't trying to hide it. Like the whole point of it was that it was an AI generated image. But what I found fun about that was like I didn't really know what I wanted. Like my journey with that thumbnail, in my opinion, like really accentuated what I thought about AI, where like I didn't really know what I wanted per se. So I was just like, make me a thumbnail that's about like the good and bad about AI development and vibe coding, and how it relates to NVIDIA, because that's kind of what the video is about, right? I can't remember exactly the prompt, but that's more or less what I said. Like I didn't really know where it was going to go with that. And so it quickly came up with that idea of like the two things, and the happy guy and the sad guy, and the weird, and you know, the techo background, and that the words, you know, vibe coding in that kind of digitally destructed like form. It had all of that really quickly. Like I think within 2 iterations of trying to get the prompt, like it made something that was like really cool. So I was like, okay, great, that's perfect. But I needed it to be, hold on, I need to be not killed. Should still be fine. I needed it to be YouTube thumbnail proportions, which by the way, Gemini completely failed to. They're like, here it is, and it was like confidently giving it to me. It's like, here's your ratio of this much, and it definitely wasn't that. But either way, like I was like, this is great. I just want the text vibe coding, because I took that image, I dropped it into Photoshop so that way I can make my thumbnail on it with like the Eve Universe show at the bottom right, like normal, and you know, whatever. And I noticed that the words vibe coding in the image was under or ran into the Eve Universe show. So it's like, ah, shit, I need the text, the vibe coding text, to be at the top. Yes, GIMP works too. That's very true. So I was like, okay, great. This is like this idea, what you came up with here is perfect. I just want these little minor changes. I need the text, the vibe coding text, to be at the top instead of the bottom. And boy, let me tell you how, like, I think I tried for about 30 minutes total, and like 8 different like trains of thinking to try to get the AI to make the small simple corrections that I needed to make. And because like it's regenerating every single time, of course there was always kind of the happy guy and the sad guy and the weird background with techno stuff, but like what it was changed every time, and like whether or not it was the full screen of the person versus half a screen of the person, these were all like up for grabs every time it iterated, and it never quite got that vibe coding. I was like, I need that exact vibe coding text with the digital destruction, and for some reason it kept on trying to make it like be like turn red as it goes in the text after that first time. And so the point I'm trying to get is that like what I learned was exactly what I talk about in that video. It was incredibly easy and impressive how easily it was that that AI was able to get me 95% of the way there. I didn't even know 100% what I wanted before I started, but with just like 1 or 2 prompts, I was able to get about 95% of the way to being like an awesome thumbnail that I was going to use. And I talk about that in my video, where I talk about how an expert, or in this case, an artist, as I call myself in this case, like the person that's trying to create this content, can help make that last 5%, right? Where it goes from being, you know, almost okay to good, right? I can notice, oh, I need this minor change, I need this minor change, I need this minor tweak. Same with the Sales Guard like stuff. You know, if I know enough about Sales Guard, I can prompt the algorithm to kind of add in extra stuff. Cool. The problem that I ran into is that while it's really, really, really easy to get an AI to that 95% point, it isn't just that it takes a human to get that last 5%. It's that it was impossibly frustrating by just working with the AI to get the AI to do that last 5%. I couldn't just tell the AI, this is perfect. I just need you to move the text from the bottom to the top and, you know, make sure it's in this aspect ratio. That's it. It could not successfully do that without taking it further away from what I wanted it to be instead of closer. As I said the other night, like that 95% was good, and that final 5% felt like baling sand. Like as I was like, oh, making these tweaks or trying to like adjust it over and over again, every time I adjusted it, it was like 2 steps back, 1 step forward. To the point where in the end, I actually broke down, grabbed that original image, that 95% image that I liked, took it, dropped it into Photoshop, and then cut the text, you know, made my selection, cut the text, and moved it up myself. So in the end, that last 5%, I literally could not get the AI to perform that last 5%. It took me taking it and finishing it. I couldn't then teach the AI. And what was more important about this, and what I think is the most interesting about this, and the thing that was like relevant when it comes to like vibe coding and stuff, is again, it's baling sand. It isn't just whether or not I can do that prompt. It's the fact that like, as it's trying to fix this thing, this other piece of it gets kind of lost in the sauce. And like for an image, like there's a certain amount of like you can give or take or whatever. I can tell it, don't change the background, and it'll still somewhat change the background just by the way that it works. Which, I mean, for an image, you can be okay with it. But if you're talking about coding, okay, well, my code has these 3 problems, and as I try to fix this problem, these 2 problems are accentuated, and then I go to this one, and these one. You'll just sit there and like never quite know whether or not you've actually made it yet, because you don't know whether or not any given fix is going to cause problems somewhere else. That was what I learned by trying to get an AI to make a thumbnail. What you're talking about is kind of what people use to mock the AI whiners, because it's pretty obvious that they never use it. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point too. I think that my point that I make in the video, which you all should watch and like and comment and share with your friend, the point I try to make with the video is less about that and more about the fact that AI, I think, is being used to get us to accept a lower standard of quality. That rather than, you know, try to get AI that last 5%, it's about training people that 95% of the way there is good enough. And that is the insidious part to me. Oh, let's swap back to this one. So now we are in a Guristas site. So I'm actually running a insurgency site, not a faction warfare site. I'm also in a Caldari owned system in BlackRose. So you can see I no longer get my bonus for being in a Gallente ship. And I'm fighting Guristas rats. Everything else about this site should be pretty similar to the other site, except for the fact that it's an advanced. All insurgency sites are advanced, and therefore they can allow Tech 2 and whatnot into them, as well as pirate ships, of course. But we are running this site because we're trying to see whether or not this counts for the track rewards. Organic work can be over 10 or 1.0 and better, but more time intensive. Yeah, I mean, that's very true. But also, like, the thing about it is, like, as Hank Green says in his video, which I do encourage everybody to watch. I'd link it. I'm pretty sure I link it. Uh-oh. I hope I link it in the video. But I do show a piece of it in the video. But, like, Hank Green talks about how, like, no one's being paid to suck anymore. Like, AI can make logos. They can't make it well. But if you're already kind of looking for a crappy logo from a, you know, rookie logo designer, then an AI logo is just as good as a rookie logo. Yeah, the six finger thing is almost a meme at this point. And that's one of the problems with AI and, like, paying attention to AI is, as I said, like, the very hallmarks that, like, let you detect that it is an AI is the very thing that they're going to work on fixing the most, right? Because, like, so we were able to make fun of the whole six finger thing for a long time. But, you know, the latest generation of AI mostly have gotten around that fact because they've realized that, like, they've trained us, okay, well, if you see six fingers, it's probably AI. Well, this one doesn't have six fingers, so it must be right. Don't forget to vote. Lucas is pulling ahead. There's a lot of interesting. I'm kind of interested in that because, like, you know, obviously I've been pushing for Alex kind of since the beginning. So I've been kind of aware, you know, the streamer's saying Alex. So, like, to disagree with that, to push back on that is kind of its own choice. And what I've noticed is that most of the people that are disagreeing to go with Lucas. Like, Lucas has the most kind of organic thrust behind it, and I don't know why. I don't know if that's because he was, like, one of the first people to get profiled, or because, like, a lot of people are saying, like, a lot of the militia guys, from what I've heard, are into it because of his military background, but, like, Roden is far more the military person, but a lot of people are accusing her of nepotism or, you know, whatever else. So, like, the people that aren't really reading too deeply into it are seeming to be going Lucas as kind of the guy. I don't know. In a lot of ways, it seems to be coming down to Lucas versus Alex, which is weird because Roden, you would think, has the name recognition. But we'll have to see how it all plays out. Not to get too political, but people have been getting fooled by AI stuff in the recent conflict. That is 100,000% correct and a huge, terrifying thing and a big problem. And I definitely want to talk about that on my second channel at some point. You should totally subscribe to. There's a link down below. One of the things that does bother me, though, is that a lot of times people will look at images and they see, like, some muddy details in, like, or muddiness in the detailing of a piece of the composition, and then we'll point to that as being AI, right? But if you go look at artwork from 50 years ago, oftentimes there's, you know, there'll be some muddiness in some of the details. There's definitely images that I've seen where people are, like, yelling at it being AI or whatever, where it could have easily been, like, a jigsaw puzzle published 50 years ago. Roden did get an interview. It was today. It was the third one we covered. She did get it last. And that's my thing, is that I find it interesting that the organic support that seems to be rising up, Lucas, who was presented first, seems to have the most support. And Roden, who is presented as, you know, today, and wasn't properly represented during the announcement yesterday is the one that kind of people seem to have the most misgivings with, or like assumptions about, that put them negative to it, because it's like very thin dimension. Where am I? I'm in Mushakegi. For about another 5.5 minutes. At least. This is also a rearguard system. But it's a Caldari rearguard system, so I'm attacking, which is nice. Hey, Malak. You got here fast. Oops, that's a friendly. So this Plex I'm in now is an advanced 1, so Malak and I will be having to split the reward for having been in the site. And it's a rearguard system, so I'm not sure if that affects how much LP we get. Probably not. But the whole point is that we should still get the task completed. Both of us should still get the task completed, even though it's a -1. So that's really what we're testing here. Oh yeah, Quartermaster. Absolutely. That is the danger of it, is it becomes too easy to just dismiss things. That is the other, like, risk. Hashtag fake news and all that, right? It's less about convincing people or tricking people and more about, like, eroding our very understanding of truth. Right now we are in the Garistas small outpost, so we're doing the insurgency plexes to see if it gives us credit as a faction warfare plex. Honestly, too many people believe what they read on the internet already. Well, yeah. It is an incredibly complex issue. And people with bad intent are using that complexity to their advantage. I'll put it that way. Video is something we used to be able to trust before, though. I mean, yeah, a lot more so. Yeah, it used to be kind of the gold standard. But I mean, if you think about it, our society has been dealing with this silently for a long time. I mean, how much of our society is based around the idea that this scribble on this piece of paper is that person's signature, and that is a legally binding statement, right? Like, this idea of, like, being able to spoof something for authority has always been kind of there. It's just a new level of complexity. That's true. A lot of people didn't believe the leak of the Tuesday patch because it was AI. That is a huge point and really funny. It is true. Like, there was, so I sincerely believe that this event was supposed to start on Tuesday. The major update, the election, and all that stuff was all supposed to come out on Tuesday, because Tuesday is patch day. The entire, like, apparatus of their corporation like functions on the idea that major updates are on Tuesday. And I don't know when the change was made or why the change is made, but it's obvious that that change caused these interesting like side ramifications. So what ends up happening is one of this news, online news rag, Yahoo actually picked it up from somebody else. I can't remember who exactly it was, but it was like just one of these random gamer websites puts out this thing about this press release that CCP has put out. But the problem is that CCP had not put out that press release yet. And so that's where we get all of this information about the major update. And, people noticed that there was some stuff in it that seemed really weird. We weren't quite sure if it was AI or whatnot. There were some pieces of it that really came across. I sincerely believe that at some point in that process, an AI agent operated on it. I don't know if it was CCP in their publishing or in the news guy. I suspect that it was the article writer, right? Or the article writer that basically took the stuff and was trying to summarize it. But like, because of the fact that some of the information seemed really weird, and it was like, oh, carrier crab beacons seemed like the fever dream that an AI would think up if it was trying to figure out what would be the update, right? So a lot of people blamed it for that. And there were some other weird things like how they spoke about Black Ops and such like that. Although in the end, it ended up being extremely accurate, like the press release was. It was extremely accurate as written by somebody who doesn't actually know what they're talking about when it comes to Eve, right? Just a normal press dude. I figured it was likely true because it credited interview CCP Burger. I mean, it could have, right, yeah. Well, that's the thing, is that there were some details that made it look like it could have been real. There were some details that made it look like it could have been just an AI picking out what would be the likely stuff. Like, when CCP puts out information, usually it's CCP Burger that's being asked about it, and therefore we're going to also say that it was CCP Burger. So it could have gone either way. I can't remember what it was that exactly convinced me that it was probably true, but it's also a really good reason why I didn't want to stream on Tuesday or Wednesday, because it was like I just kind of didn't want to wade into any of this shit until we knew the actual details of everything. But it did also spoil. It was the first point that told us that the actual election started today, right? That was one of the pieces of it. So, but that leads us back to, oh, it did count. Hold on. It did count. So we can see here, I did a Plex. It did count for the sites, and there's 2 of us in a -1. So I assume that you can just have as many people as you want in these sites, and everyone gets credit. I assume you did count. Okay, great. So we both got credit for it. So guys, grab a fleet, grab a bunch of frigates, go into faction warfare, go into a rear guard, go into a Plex, and just wait out the timer, kill all the rats, and get everybody completed for the tasks. Home fronts are probably the same thing too, although you technically will probably want to, have the correct number of people because of the ISK rewards and stuff too. But we also both get the standings bonuses, so that's pretty cool too. So yeah, that's very insightful. We might as well stay here because we've got both Caldari sites and Garissa sites here. So I'm just gonna go to this small Navy one. Malak paced out fast. So yeah, this is definitely a way to get it. There's other ways, again, like level 1 missions, home fronts, mining Scordite. Honestly, I think mining Scordite would be one of the more challenging things to do right now, just because, like, I think that probably by this point in time in the day, every bite of Scordite in Gallente space is probably eaten. And we're going to do this site so that way we can get the this part of the track done and see what the rewards are for the next piece, because we get this 15 political favor and 75 this for the same number of sites as last time. So we're going to just keep going. You have missions to run, promotions to gain. Yeah. Well, yeah, and doing the combat missions, doing level 1 faction warfare combat missions will be really quick. Will give you good standings bonuses. Will get you towards a storyline agent, which will give you better standings bonuses, and will progress you on the track. No, they do not have to be in Gallente Corpse. They just have to be in Gallente space. Solitude might have belts. You could do security missions to hope for Scordite. That's really funny. And obviously, I'm sure that there's some Scordite that spawns in anomalies in HiSec. Maybe. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. So there might be just new Scordite spawned via anomalies, not just belts. But obviously, that's not what most of the anomalies are for. So it'd be a secondary material in those anomalies if they do at all. Wait, you tried to secure... Wait, whoa. Okay, so you tried a security mission for a Mimitar Corp and it did not count even if it was in Gallente space? Has to be for Gallente Corps. We can test this. Oh yeah, you're right. No. I'm actually, having read this again, I'm going to change my mind. I think I was just wrong, and I lied to you all. So I hope you guys are mad at me for that. But it does read, complete 3 Gallente security missions. So this actually implies that it's got to be for a Gallente Corp, but it doesn't matter where it is. As opposed to the home fronts, which have to be done in Gallente space, which is a different text, right? So I think that it has to be for a Gallente corporation, the security missions. But the mining and the home fronts are based on what space it's in. So that makes more sense. And then, of course, remember that you do also get a reward for trading, but that's not market trading. That's buying. So as you gain this political favor and go and buy things with political favor, that by itself is also track points. But it doesn't. That's why this doesn't give you any political favor. It's because you get it by spending political favor. Yeah, in theory, you could do security missions for Quaif in Caldari space, for sure. That would be what that means in theory. I wonder if a battlefield counts. I'm not necessarily going to go jump into a battlefield with my algos per se. How far is it? Yeah, it's 3 highly corrupted systems between me and it, so I imagine it probably does. We're going to finish this site, see what the next task is and how it looks, and see whether or not we want to keep doing faction warfare stuff or quickly dock up, leave faction warfare, and then go see whether or not we can do, I assume, Quaif security missions in Caldari space. That seems like a thing that could be done. Yes, make sure you get your Enyo skin on Twitch as well. I assume that faction warfare missions count as security missions, right? So yeah, if you go to this faction and then scroll down to Gallente Federation, then that should be, all of these should count. Iron Orchestra. Isn't... Oh, that is Sync Liaison. Okay. Purge vendor. I don't know any good Caldari space. I guess specific region, right? Yeah, we can do specific region. Can we do the Forge? No, I can't. Okay. Hold on. Militant corporations, humanist federalization, or scientific inquiry. Courage, power, wisdom. Good point. Good point. I'm crazy. Am I crazy? Cash, Cloud Ring, Cobalt Edge. Essence, Every Shore. Fountain is... no. Lone Trek? Lone Trek is Caldari, right? Well, that's not good. Metropolis. Where would be... oh, the Forge. The Forge doesn't have anything at all. Citadel. The Citadel. Nope. I think you're actually going to have a better time finding one in Minmatar space, right? Maybe? Lone Trek, maybe? Nope, that's the one that's there. Let's check out Metropolis. There we go. So, Metropolis, we can agree, is 100% not Gallente space, right? It's Minmatar space. Can we all agree on that? So, in theory, let's go with this level 2 agent. Doing missions for him should still count for the track. So we might try that out today. That's the other thing. I don't know. I would say that SOE is not considered Gallente, but that is actually one of the things I was thinking about as well. I'm reasonably sure that SOE is not going to be considered, because it was like when it was the space, I might have believed that like the SOE agents that are in Gallente space could have counted, but since it is Gallente missions, I suspect that SOE won't count. I suspect it literally is like if you drop down this thing and go to Gallente Federation, it's the ones that show up. That's it. So these corporations here. That's what I would expect. We got 3 minutes left on this site, and then we'll know what at least the next task is. And then, like, so we're going to be covering all these different kinds of things. I want to experiment with the new sites. I want to experiment, like, go after the hacking stuff. We'll figure out how to do all this stuff over the course of the next few days. So make sure to subscribe to the channel and also head on into the Discord, so that way you get updates of like things that are going on, including fleets. Tomorrow we will also be covering the actual major update that came out yesterday. We'll be going through all the patch notes and talking about it for as long as I feel like it. There'll be lots of things to be said. But I wanted to have today to be focused on the election because that's kind of the immediate thing. But tomorrow will be major update talk. We're going to minimize this just so I can keep it kind of in place. So each of these sites have taken me about, let's call it 11 minutes each. So 4 of them, 40 minutes, plus some travel time, 50 minutes. And I will have gotten 125 points. There's probably faster ways of doing it, but I'm also getting the LP. Well, actually, in this case, in the other case, I just didn't get LP because it was a secured system. But this one I did. Both Malak and I got 13,000 loyalty points, which is, 13 million or so ISK on top of everything else. One more minute. Man, my mic really picks things up. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Exciting time for Eve minus Synesis cargo capacity nerfs. I'm very sad about the Synesis cargo, or, well, not even the cargo capacity nerf. I actually would have been in favor of a cargo capacity nerf. It's the agility nerf that was so incredibly painful and sad. Like, I think that they could have met us halfway and just nerfed how much cargo was in it and still allow it to be the sub-2 second alignment. But, all right, this site is complete. And I get the task completed, which gives me an extra 15% or 15 political favor. And now I have a new one where I have to capture, defend 3 faction warfare complexes for the Gallente. So now it's up by 1. But I get 20 points, or 20 loyalty, political favor, and 100 points. So it keeps going up, although this time I do have to make more sites. And so I think that the next one is going to be 4, and the last one's going to be 5, and I'm sure this escalates accordingly. So let's call that good when it comes to our understanding of the faction warfare sites. Let's go ahead and pack up, get out of the militia, head back, grab a ship, and go do some Gallente missions in non-Gallente space. That's the next thing to do. I understand the reason why they did the nerf, but it seems like they could provide a replacement ship. Yeah, well, that is part of it. I think that the biggest problem is the fact that, like, it was literally the only thing that the Synesis had going for it, so now it's just a really, really bad destroyer. Like, the Gnosis and the Praxis were too strong. Those, they needed to get nerfed. I will argue with that. I will argue that point forever. Like, the Praxis was just too strong. But I feel like the Synesis got a pretty strong stray round just in its face. I know, who would have thought in YC128 Ash isn't back in Galmill? I don't know. It didn't actually happen. Shut up. But I mean, like, the argument that the Praxis was too strong for what it was is, like, I've said that multiple times. Having it be a bad destroyer puts it in line with the changes to the BS and the BC because they're bad too. Yeah, but like they're versatile and they still are functional. Like the the Synesis is legitimately hard, like cannot do content that is normally for destroyers. At least in my experience. Somebody could be like, no, it's fine or whatever. But like even without it being nerfed at all, which it has now been nerfed, like I don't see a purpose for that ship anymore. Which is just too bad, because I think the value of, hey, here's a battleship that anybody can do, and it has enough fitting to allow it to be able to like at least hang in any given thing. Like we can go do incursions or invasions or whatever. Most people, like, there has to be trained, like they have to specialize into the ship that they're going to fly, is even on battleship level. So like the idea that like, oh yeah, a brand new person or even a day one alpha clone can hop into this praxis and do the thing is incredibly valuable. But the fact that the praxis then ended up outclassing other ships that are specialized in that thing is where you get a problem. The fact that like arguably the praxis could make a better Dominix than the Dominix is like an issue. Can I use a Victoria luxury yacht as a replacement? Because the cargo's too low. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. No, the replacement is blockade runners. Should have its co-ops taken away. The Synesis doesn't have co-ops, but yes, Young Puke 2. Young Puke apparently did not like the Synesis because it was being used for ninja looting. Which, that's why I said, like, I would have liked to seen them reduce the maximum cargo space available within the Synesis rather than its align time. So that way it could still be the signature sub 2 second hauling ship. But now its cargo is like 700 M3 instead of 1700 M3, right? Like, I think that would have been the better way of fixing the Synesis. But what do I know? I will admit my bias in this one. Man, the 60-second align time on the new campaign buses, with them having the same cargo space as the Synesis pre-nerf, really feels like a troll, a very specific kind of troll from CCP. Personally, we will have to see whether or not that detail gets changed at all. But like the fact that the campaign bus has such a huge alignment time, so much mass, is wild. Although I wonder how much of the like, I think we need to get us one of those campaign buses here in the next day or two, because I suspect you could still do the micro warp drive trick. The 60-second line time is representative of the democracy's inability to realign its goals. Oh man, that's good. That's good. I don't like how good that is. The frigate, the metamorphosis. That's can that one? That one's the Covops one, right? Yep, that's probably why. We're going to go through Old Man Star, which is one of the campaign stops, so it'll be kind of fun to see how much of a shit show it is. Double checking my implants. Where's my home station? Ammo? That could be fun. It can fit in 50 MN? Yeah, the Metamorphosis is generally pretty bad compared to the Synesis. Yeah, actually, Old Man Star is pretty clean at the moment. We'll be heading to the Old Man Stargate. It cannot fit one? Oh, cannot fit one. Got it. Here's one of the landmarks in the game, the Old Man Stargate, which is actually made by the founder of Creodrone, Old Man Devereaux. We've told this story several times before, but it is a unique model. It's pretty cool. Also, do I have anything spooky around here? Actually, not that spooky. It's not spooky here today. Interesting. You can haul a battleship in a council diplomatic shuttle? Is that true? Wait. It has a cargo capacity of 10 men 3. Are you making a joke? Are you talking about like a Praxis in a box that it can haul? Is this a joke? Guess we can dock in any old station. Gnosis plus skin pack. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was a joke. Got it. Well, not a joke, but a edge case. Yeah, there was one year that they gave out Praxis in a box. All right, I'm going to dock up here. Drop the militia. Go pee really quick. And then be back and we will figure out how to do missions. Yeah. Well, yeah, but the Praxis in the box was obviously like the most impressive one, right? That's how we managed to like sneak things into like wormholes and stuff. Anywho, yeah, so yeah, I'm good. Well, I need to do the other stuff. Like, it's fine. It's fine. I'll only be out of the militia for 24 hours. It's fine. So again, wanted to show off how easy it was. We dropped into the militia. We grabbed a quick ship. We went out there. We ran some sites that were totally not spoopy, and made some points. So that is a totally valid way of getting into it. And is, you know, if you're interested in dipping your toes into faction warfare, this is a decent enough excuse to do so. And like I said, you can retire at any time. Now, once you retire, it does take you 24 hours before you can re-enlist with any militia. Just keep that in mind. But other than that, no biggie. So I'm going to unenlist, retire from the militia now. Great. Okay, great. I will be right back. I'm going to mute my mic, go to the bathroom, come back, forget to unmute my mic. You guys are going to yell at me, and then we're going to do level missions or, you know, some other missions. So I will be right back. breaking news. Not terribly important, but still breaking news to what we were talking about earlier. Hold on, there is a thing to talk about. I just poked at Reddit. Let's see. So, took me a minute to figure it out, what they were talking about. Boom. Okay, so this is the Tristan skin as it is shown in the ad. And this is the Tristan skin as it is in game. So we can see here that, like, white with gold trim. This is actually really... Clue, wake up. Clue, wake up. Because Clue yesterday was mentioning that he thought that the we were looking at the different skins, and he was commenting that the Thanatos, he felt that the color scheme was actually inverted, right? Or it didn't look right. He would prefer it to be inverted. Well, as it turns out, this is what it's supposed to look like, the Tristan, and this is what it currently looks like in game. And if we head over to the actual Reddit thread about it, we can see CCP Convict reporting, thanks for this. Looks like a couple might be scuffed. I'm checking them all now and we'll let the right folks know. Thank you. I've checked the Tristan and the Thanatos and they were both inverted. And Convict says that the Eris is also inverted. So the Oneros, the Megathron Navy issue, and the Myrmidon Navy issue are correct. But the Thanatos, the Tristan, and the Eris are incorrect and will likely then get fixed. So if we go back to what we saw earlier, when we open up the notepad, we can go to yesterday's stuff. All right. Oh, shit. I totally forgot the other thing. For those of you who've been hanging out this whole time, I forgot completely to talk about my spoilers. I think I have, they do talk about some twists going on during this election, and I think I know what it might be. Here's my, it's not just a game theory, it's a game theory kind of evidence to it. But before we do that, let's look a little bit at what we're talking about here. The Eris. So if you see this, the parts that are gold should be white, and the parts that are white should be gold, and that tracks. That actually does make a lot more sense. Likewise with the Tristan, it's going to be the same thing, which we just looked at. So these should be like white panels with gold trim, which also makes sense. The Oneros would be correct. So this is going to... Sure, why not? I guess. I don't know. The Megathron issue, they said, was correct. This one looks like it's white panels with gold trim for whatever that's worth. And then the Thanatos would be also inverted. So yeah, so we would see white. The parts that are gold here should be white. The parts that are white here should be gold. And if we go to the sail, we see that that is correct, right? Like this is big white flat panels with gold trim, as opposed to the in-game, which is big gold panels with white trim. So I imagine these will probably get fixed, probably not too long from now. It's not that, shouldn't be that hard to invert those, but it is worth noting. Pretty funny. Okay, but let's talk tinfoil. Let's talk tinfoil. I think that the big twist, again, we go back to the election is underway. They do suggest The final week escalates the event with some surprises, right? Yeah, rip people that like the bug skins. That's true. So there were 2 sets of skins that were added to the game yesterday. And one of them is these Gallente Pride skins, which we get as part of this Plex pack. Or this, this, what is it? Omega pack? What is this thing? Oh yeah, it's just like a special celebration pack, and one of the ones that they do. So like the $80 pack comes with most of the skins, and then the $15 one comes with Tristan, right? Well, there's another set of skins that came out that was put into the game at the same time. These new skins, in my opinion, are significantly better than these and more interesting, both for what they are and what they might represent. So, you know, this is the election. What twist could happen to escalate the end of the election? Well, you know, there's enemies. There are people that like to mess with things. The Serpentis are the classic pirate group of the Gallente, but the Guristas are not only connected to, you know, the whole Caldari Gallente world. You know, they mess with things. They don't mess with, they don't avoid messing with the Gallente. But more importantly, you know, this whole thing is about rogue drones, right? So like the Guristas are the droney guys. They're the droney pirate ships. Well, this is the Gallente election. Why am I talking so much about Guristas ships? Well, because of the other skin that was put into the game. Now, let me actually go a little bit back. So there's this skin that is one of the most popular skins in the history of skins. Nope, that's not what I was looking for. Dominix. And the first one was the skin came out for the Dominix. So this is the Dominix. And the Dominix was used for when they needed rogue drones. They actually took the Dominix battleship and they messed with it and they made it into like the rogue drone battleship. So if you go into like rogue drone sites and you fight battleships, it'll usually look like a messed up version of a Dominix. In fact, it'll look like this. They came out with this Cryptic Mimesis skin for the Dominix originally. I think the Abaddon too at first, but then they eventually came out with one of them for each of the battleships. And these are become some of the most popular skins in the history of skins, but were only available kind of this one time each, more or less. They're very difficult to get. They're very valuable. They're one of those skins that, like, when I'm talking to newer players, they all want it, and I can't give them a good way to get it. There's a new set of cryptic skins, guys. They're not the battleships. They're all of the Guristas ships. So we have Worm, Mamba, Gila, Alligator, Rattlesnake, Cayman, Loggerhead, Komodo, Cryptic Mimesis. And let me show you personally how fucking good these things look. Because, see, the thing is, I know I'm totally teasing you guys by not showing it yet. Like, this is cool, and you can see, like, there's this cool design and all this stuff, but Battleship's big, you know? These things are big as part of it. The Komodo does go really hard. Here's the Worm. Oh, dude. Damn. Having it be on a smaller ship, this is the thing I didn't know I wanted so bad. Now, these are premium skins, so I think that what's going to happen is that when the current set of skins and Plex sales are done, these are going to be the next one. Would look so good on fire. Okay, this one looks good. Hold on. Ready? Here's my favorite so far. I like the Mamba. I love this giant hole in the side of the fucking U-boat. Oh my god. This is the skin that the Corax has always needed and is a reason by itself to both get that skin and fly the Mamba. Am I right? Like, oh my god. I love it. And then the next one, for those of you who love to run the Abyss and you don't have a million skins for it already, the Gila. Just a deep hole almost to the core from there, and there's a hole in the back there. and at the bottom, 2 holes in the bottom, and road drones flying around. This thing is dope. The one that Malak, like when I saw it, I was like, Malak, I'm so happy for you. The alligator. This is the one I would have really liked it to see, like one of the holes go almost all the way through or all the way through. Obviously, that's pretty hard to do, but it still looks great. And in my opinion, the hole that's the best is the one that's in the bottom, because it really looks like it's almost made it all the way through. But thankfully, there's this extra architecture right there that happens to give it enough hull for it to work. Whew. And then we have the rattlesnake. It's also a battleship. So, in fact, I think, doesn't the Scorpion Roadrunner Abyss event, maybe. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily read too much into that. I think it's just the Garissus line. I just think that the Garissus. So, like, here's the thing: if the twist is going to be the insurgencies get involved, the insurgency faction that would get involved is the Garissus. Right? That's why it's the Garissus and not the Serpentis. Because if, this is about faction warfare, at least on some part, there is no Serpentis faction warfare group, but there is a Garissus faction warfare group. We even saw, like, the sites, when I was running the sites, when I did the insurgency site, I was fighting Garissus, right? So this would make sure. So show the Typhoon one? Okay, I can show the Typhoon one, but I just wanted to check the Scorpion really quick, because I think isn't the Scorpion one the one that has the Cryptic Mimesis? Is it not? No. Which one was the one that has the Cryptic Mimesis? Oh, it's the Raven. It's the Raven. I'm so dumb. It was the Raven. But you want the Typhoon one? This is one of the ones that already existed, so you're not going to get this in the new pack, probably. It'd be really cool if they let the other ones available again, although it would destroy anybody who thought value in those things. But yeah, the Typhoon Cryptic Mimesis, very sexy. Very sexy. But for those of you big spenders, we have the Cayman, the only dread to have fighters, beastie. We have the Loggerhead, which might be is this the only fax that has fighters? Does the Loggerhead have fighters? I can't remember. I think it does. So Vigrissus put forward a presidential candidate leading to a fleet of road drone built ships. What are you going to do? I don't know. I do like the idea that maybe they'll be like, hey, come turn in stuff for us instead. But obviously, since you can't only pick at the beginning, it would be weird for them to, like, in the last week be like, and now there's a new faction you can do it with. It would be cool if you could, like, I think that what they could do is, like, turning in presidential favor, but it is worth noting that all of these are purple diamonds. So, like, the chance you're not getting these skins for the event. This is not part of it. I am tying into this that's like, oh, well, if they're introducing these Garissus skins, they might do like a sale at the same time as the Garissus jump in on what's going on. So I think the Garissus will likely want to mess with the election in some way, but we'll have to see that play out. And then finally, of course, the Komodo, the Titan. I was afraid of it not looking so good on such a big ship, but boy, I am curious to get like a smaller ship and fly up to these holes, because it feels like, I hope it doesn't look bad when scaled all the way up, but it should look fine. It looks pretty sexy, I'd say. But yeah, so these skins are also in the game, but CCP has not acknowledged them yet, and they were not part of the current packs. And there is that Zydrine burn skin sale going on right now. So I assume that whenever that ends, which we could check, the 24th of March. So on the 24th of March, the Zydrine burn skin deal is going to go away. I assume, or I would predict that if I'm correct in the fact that these skins are associated with the election, which, I mean, or the consequences of the election, which this election's very road drone focused, that these are going to be made available. So I guess set your ISK aside or your wallet aside for these road drone skins, because boy do they look good. And these rogue drone skins always, and like the ones that exist have been popular always. So these are going to be valuable skins however they get gotten. Doesn't matter how much Skinner gets advanced, doesn't matter whatever else happens. These skins are almost always some of the biggest things out there when it comes to popularity. Yep. Okay, so I need to do missions. Oh no, our mission search didn't work. Have I mentioned the skin's description? Is there, wait, should I have? Hold on. Which ones? The new ones? Which ones? Phone went non-live? What, how the heck? I don't know. The new skins? The algorithmic output of rogue drone intelligences render them capable of complex calculations at rate... Oh yeah, it's Alex. That's right. That's right. These skins have a quote by Alex. Guys, we need to get Alex elected. We need to get Alex elected so fucking bad. I'm just going to lie to you guys and say that if Alex gets elected, we all get these cryptic skins for free. That's what I'm going to say. No, it's so this is a quote by Alex. It says, the algorithmic output of rogue drone intelligences render them capable of complex calculations at rates far exceeding the limitations of current augmentation technology. They have been observed swarming fleets, stripping ships of vital components, and reconfiguring them mid-flight. While the phenomenon is evocative of metal snake shedding its skin, the potential for scientific application is staggering. Yeah. The stations have new Gallente adverts. Nothing yet. Oh, people give me the 07s. I missed them. Oh, that's an old ad. Triggs invade. All right, I need... shoot. We're doing agency again, right? Yeah, okay, great. So this guy's 13 jumps away, and he's a level 2 mission. What do I want to do a level 2 mission in? V&I would probably be good, right? I'm mining in Gallente space, but it's not counting. Is it Scordite, and are you using drones? Because if you're mining with your drones, it doesn't count. And if you're not mining Scordite, then it doesn't count. Oh, cool. I have options. Let's go do that. Oh no, that's the Promenade protest one. No drones, not... Yeah, if it's not Scordite, then it doesn't count. It has to be Scordite. Or Nice. And I don't think Nice spawns at all in HiSec, so it has to be Scordite. You said no Scordite. It has to be Scordite. Announcers not equal ads. Oh, you mean like video ads? Oh, no, yeah, like all of the Scordite and Gallente space is gone. That's true. Nice might spawn in some missions. Yeah, Plage doesn't count. It specifically says Scordite and Nice. All right, let's see. What is this ship? You are not fit. What are you? You are fit. Not wonderfully fit. What about you? You don't have a repper. Okay, I guess we will... Well, what about this one? No, let's just go with the Stratios. And we will head this guy. Is this the new way for CSP to control the mineral prices? I mean, it definitely feels like they picked the rock that like was less mined. I do feel like their attempt to weigh on the scale of faction warfare is going to be a far more interesting and impactful one than on mineral prices. I assume, yeah, I do have to go through some eating comm systems, so it's probably good that I'm bringing a cloak. Oh, I guess we're not going to get any advertisements out here, so I'll just tune this down a little bit. So you were saying there's new video adverts? Because I would have expected to be able to see those in the files in HoboLeaks, and I didn't see anything. Servant and SOAR Federation fleets fight the... So that's a video? Or an audio? Scordite prices in Jita are yet to crash. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, is that like I don't know if it necessarily competes with just like the overall like amount that gets produced and made. Oh, so there's video ads for each candidate. Okay. Okay. Hold on, let me go look at HoboLeaks again. Is there anything that stands out to me there as being possibly it? Those are all just PNGs. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Looks like they might have figured out how to sneak in some stuff that isn't like... I can't just look at it easily. Usually when they put in advertisements before, I'm able to actually see the video that's added. I believe you. I was just trying to see if I could pull up the video myself. Oh. Got it. So it looks like... Oh, it looks like the same banner that's at their plinths, right? Is that all it is? That would explain why I can't grab the video. Plus new ones. Interesting. Well, that one that you linked, that Federation wants you to fly logistics, is actually not... That one's definitely not new. I feel like I've seen that one before. By the way, thank you guys so much for those of you who are still sticking with it. You know, we obviously covered all the really, really important stuff earlier. We're now just dabbling around with a few things. So those of you who stuck around, thank you guys so much. Now we get to see whether or not I have, you know, problems in Bay. I'm pretty sure that Serve and Soar one is new, though. That one does look good. Or look new, rather. Where's the road drone skin for the Odysseus? Ooh. That would be a winner, wouldn't it? I think tomorrow, my goal tomorrow is going to be to run the new combat site on stream. So that'll be exciting. We'll see how well we make it. Yay, I'm not going to die. People in Ark already tested it. Scales with ship type, but not player count? Okay. And by scales with ship type, it means that it gets harder when it's a battleship. But I think that's the only scaling that it does, right? There's nothing... It's just battleship or not battleship. Player count. Well, and that's the nice thing is that you can share the sites because you can... like, it's per kill of the rats. So, like... everybody will get at least some credit in the site, unless you're like Logi, which in which case he's drones. But even then it'd be pretty hard for the Logi to get too many if you were going to do dedicated Logi. But that's why I think that things like Drekovix would be really good. The loot is very interesting with Faction E War drones. The Faction E War drones are kind of fun. They're kind of fun. We'll have to see how well they play out. I hesitate to call them good or not yet. We are almost there. We're 4 jumps away. One of the other things I need to test out soon is to see whether or not you can still gain Triglavian standings by overloading a deep flow rift and killing the rats. But that's probably not a today thing. Oh, shoot. The door. My real world is exposed. Whatever. That's going to just have to be good enough for now. So just to remind everybody what we're doing here is the task says to complete missions for the Gallente. Somebody else has tested, you cannot do a Mimitar mission in Gallente space. That doesn't count. So the question is, can you do a Gallente mission outside of Gallente space? Chances are yes, but we're just verifying it. You know, we've already tested insurgency sites versus normal sites, overloading an insurgency site, you doing it in a rear guard. We're testing the edge cases of this thing to see where the rules are, and so this is just another piece to it, right? So we're just going to run this mission hopefully pretty quick. We'll see how it goes. Let me double check to make sure I don't have anything else I wanted to talk about today. There's the Catalyst Major update, which we'll talk about tomorrow. I think we're good. So I'm going to do this and then probably jump off so that way I can cut out that presentation about the different candidates, so that way I can put that up for everybody. I might skip the whole presenting it to the members for a day, just because I want to get that out, because people are having to make their choices now. So we'll probably do that. Hopefully my supporters won't skin me alive. Something tells me they won't, but I am gonna post that literally like as soon as I can, just so that people will have it. And then tomorrow we'll be back and we'll do Catalyst Major update changes, and then probably try to do the hacking and combat sites for the event. Okay, so this is a Gallente corporation, and we are in Mimitar space. All right, so this guy, effective standing 6.5, which is my Gallente standings. Just double checking here. Yep, Gallente Federation. So this is a Gallente mission, request mission. This should be fine, right? Mortis Legion is spooky sometimes, but it should be fine. I'm in a cruiser for a level 2 mission. It should be fine. It should be fine. We're fine. We're fine. It's not like It's a Stratios with no guns. Who should I support for the Komodo skin? I don't think that has anything to do with who you support at the moment, but the answer is Alex. Yep. If you want to support rogue drones, you want to support Alex. That's for sure. Moro? Yeah. If you listen to me, you want to go with Alex. If you listen to chat, apparently you want to go with Lucas. Not by much, though. It's like by 1 vote. It's actually really... It is really close. Wow, with 184 votes, we have 36% Lucas, 33% Alex, and 31% Rodin. That's fascinating to me. That's fascinating to me. Exciting. I'm kind of glad that we did this poll now. Now, this is a PvP fit, so it's not going to be great at PvE. I've literally got no guns. Hopefully I can get off. I do have an abyssal warp scrambler in the event that one of them tries to run away. We'll see. We have drones. I have not looked into this site. I forgot this mission, so it could go... Who knows? It could go poorly. Can't activate the gate. We're going to drop our heavy drones. We might be able to get away with light drones. Or it might be smarter to use light drones, but I don't know for sure. I also want to make sure that my safety's green, just in case, so that way nothing really dumb happens. They're missing a lot. I might just want to use light drones in the next wave. But also, I think that's probably because they shot too soon. That happens a lot with drones, is that the first shot will miss because they start shooting before they're fully, like, in position. That makes sense. Looks like they're doing fine now. Now, just to be 100% clear, I'm not doing this way to show you guys that this is the right way to do it. That was the faction warfare segment. This is do not, please. I've had people watch some of my videos and comment and be like, why are you teaching people to do it such a bad way? Why did you teach people to use Podfin to get to drone lands to do stuff? They should just be doing yeet exploration. Yeah, okay, fine, that's true. But, like, this is science. This is about, you know, proving you can. What am I trying to do here? Okay. Well, let's stick with light. Light drones. Oh man, there's so many rats. There's so many rats. There's a lot of rats. I feel like I've been tricked. There's a lot of rats. Okay. Let's hope for the best. We could stop having them show up. That'd be great. Now my drones should just basically work automatically. But I do have to watch their health because they are coming under fire. But I'll just let them do their thing. Ignore Ash. Support Fun Rodin. She smiles and has the best hair, not resting bee face. You know what's funny? Like, I did notice that, like, both of them in their profiles are very... Actually, all three of them are very sad looking. We have her. She looks very thrilled. She looks like her puppy just got shot. And he looks like your average military veteran. I don't know. Is there a trick to the combat sites? They seem super hard. They are hard. The trick to the combat sites is that they escalate in difficulty per wave, so you have to decide how many waves you want to go into it. I haven't actually explored the new combat site itself, so I can't really speak too intelligently about it yet, but they are hard. That's what I've seen people say. How do you loot in between waves? You don't loot between... So basically there's this structure, and in between waves, you blow up the structure, and that basically opts out. You say, like, no more, I want my loot, and cash out. But once the wave starts, you must complete that wave before you get another opportunity to do that. And also in between waves, there's these extra things, these nanite clouds that get spawned, and if you blow up one of them, then you get a buff based on that. So it's like a roguelite, where as you do the site, you, in between waves, you pop the thing to get the buff, and then do the next wave, and the next wave, next wave, and then whenever you feel like being done, you pop the main can, and that, like, completes the site. From what we heard earlier, there was, like, upwards of 7+ waves. Yeah, wave 7 in a blingy thing. That's now the second person that has said that they got to wave 7 in a T3 cruiser, and then it crapped out after that. So that seems about right. And it is worth noting, yeah, there doesn't seem to be any scrams. So you do have to kind of abandon your loot if you need to leave early, but you don't, they don't hold you there. Oh, wait, hold on. The wreck prevents you from warping out. What? Which wreck? So, like, okay, so if you pop the can... These are all things that we're going to have to look into probably tomorrow, but... So when you blow up the can, it causes a warp disruption field. That probably... So that's a mechanic that they put in to prevent people from being able to, like, warp in and ninja loot. And my drone's in? Yes. All right, so site's done. I had high-grade crystals, etc. Ooh. Yeah, that's spooky. Your idea will work well. What was your idea? The Drex? One of the things I wonder is, like, when you get the bonus, does it apply to everybody that's in the site at the moment? Or does it apply to the person that kills it? It looks like it's probably going to be everybody in the site at the moment. The ships? Okay. The Drex? Will the sites pod you? Ooh, I doubt it. I don't think... That's a good point. I doubt... I would be surprised if the site's podded. I haven't heard anything about that yet. They are only in low sec... Or, like, low sec... Pochfin and wormhole space, though. So, all places where players will pod you. And it's not dead space, so people can combat probe you down. It's true. What is your clone to a drone? All right. So let's go ahead and check this out. I have this view mission. We're going to just to prove our point, we're going to invite Malak back to the fleet. And then I'm going to complete the mission. Yes, I want to split the rewards. And it did count. So it counted for me. I'm going to guess, Malak, you can confirm that you did not get credit for completion of my... Yeah, okay. So the person that pulls the mission does get credit. What matters about the mission is that the person giving you the mission comes from a Gallente corporation. So if you open up that character, right? If you open up the agent and you go to your standings with that agent, this needs to be Gallente Federation. And as long as that is true, then you will get credit for running the missions. It does not matter which mission you are in. Just got to the screen, services already answered, but like with 7 waves, how much loot can I expect? Yeah, you got to stop at, if you stop at wave 6, that's probably good. I don't actually know what the numbers look like out of these sites yet. We haven't seen very much about that so far. Very little talking about these new sites I've seen online, at least from what I was able to check out. All right, is there anything else that we absolutely need to cover today? Is there anything else that we have to, that we can like poke at? Oh my gosh, no. Stop. I can't talk to you right now. You can't warp off until you kill the loot structure. I did 25 waves in my Gila pack as a test. What? Hold on. It's tough. They kill drones. 2 basilisks are enough for reps though, and a micro jump drive is disabled too. I'm sorry. Are you saying that you did 25 waves in a single site? So you have basilisks and a Gila. I have reports that the wormholes in the drifter hives are acting weird. Well, that doesn't surprise me at all. They did just change them. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Of 30? The waves go to 30? Yikes. Oh. So, I don't know if this is relevant, or how relevant it is, or what to read out of this. But, hold on a second. Flashbang warning. So if we go to Hobo Leaks, here are the different effects for the boosts that you get. So it's like the heat damage, overload bonus, signature radius, capacitor capacity, ship velocity, tracking speed, missile explosion radius. So this is how the buffs get applied, right? Oh, that's interesting. This does have a remote armor repair, remote shield repair as part of the horde buffs. Okay. And then, but if we come up here, we can see that the site has spawner 1, spawner 2, spawner 4, spawner 8, spawner 16, spawner 32, spawner 64, and spawner 128. Now, I don't know exactly what those numbers mean and how that corresponds with the stuff, but this does imply that these are like different tiers of difficulty, and you notice it doubles every time. So what's probably going to happen is there's some thresholds here where like things go down the line, and maybe it jumps the line when it's a battleship or something. 8 Gilas, 2 Bassies, and a Cenotaph for Lynx. You made it to wave 25. Micro jump drive is disabled. Interesting. Well, definitely something for us to check out deeper about it. and see where we're going. So I think that we're going to call this good for the day. Let me just triple check everything, make sure there's nothing new that just got posted by CCP or something. They did just come out with a new Vanguard post. Wait, hold on. Actually, we could check that out today. It's only 4 minutes long. There's the Gallente election post, which was made today. Let's just look at... I want to look at the Vanguard thing today. Again, oh my god. Sorry. I'm so sorry. That was loud. All right. Tower defense routing sites? Yeah. Well, roguelite, right? All right. Here we go. Oh, shit.
Hello. So I wanted to just give a quick update on some of the work that I've been doing. So I've been working on the remote static data update. So what is that? So basically, the remote static data update is a mechanism that allows us to kind of patch the game at runtime without requiring the user to shut down the game. So it's really used for just sort of, making small balance changes and little tweaks to existing values. So, want to change a 10 to a 15 or a 5 or whatever, then that's what this is for. It's not for like delivering new textures or big binary data. It's just for these little kind of...
Okay, I don't know if this is going to be too exciting for people. Yeah, this is very technical stuff. Never mind. All right. I wonder if that's something CCP will give to players eventually, a deployable that locks out micro jump drive. Usually it's just a symptom that it's a scram instead of a disruptor. A lot of these, these, especially, they started doing this during incursions because we had people come into our world arcs in order to try to steal the loot. So the Dread site, when the Dread dies, the actual wreck kind of radiates out a scram. And it was designed to like stop people from being able to come in and just ninja loot from you and run away. So I assume that that's basically what's just happening. It's like a scram field that happens to also take down micro jump drives because of it, just like ESS grids. Yeah, he's just talking about being able to do live updates while the server's up. Whatever. That's fine. Okay. Well, in that case, I think it is safe to say that I have been Ashtarothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for coming, hanging out, checking out the stuff, liking, commenting, subscribing, sharing it with your friend. These are all very, very important things. Please go back and check my video about the icon problem, how it got fixed, and how it all possibly relates to AI and vibe coding, all that kind of stuff. I do want to thank everybody for hanging out, and of course TL Ari for the 5 gifted subs at the beginning of the stream. Your guys' support is the reason why I'm able to do all that stuff. I do appreciate every single person that not just hangs out, which is important, not just likes, which is important. All of that's great. You already are my hero. But there are those of you who go the exceptional extra mile to actually support the stream, either by becoming a member or a patron or tipping via PayPal or picking up some merch like this mug and some other stuff. You guys are the reason why this is all possible. So on behalf of all the people that watch my stream, thank you so much to all of those people that support it directly, especially my Immortal tier supporters: 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Leet, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, Grims, May, Malak Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mayak, Michael, Nihilem, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, Threns, and Rid. Thank you guys so much. Until next time, which should be tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow. But there's a lot going on out there, guys. Get involved. I love the smell of democracy in the morning. Until next time, I'll see you in space.